Okay, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Professor Dr. Mato. Are you here? Can you hear me?
Yes, I am here, dear. I'm here.
Yeah,
Yes,
so
I can
we
hear
can
you.
start. Yeah.
Good morning. Dear Dr. Ufa, I cannot hear you.
Good morning, Professor Mato.
Okay, now time to start the event, you say. Okay, good morning. Actually, this is morning, about to become afternoon in Turkey. I think it is morning in Algeria. So good morning to everyone. I'm very pleased to be with you for this international event. International virtual workshop on training EFL teachers to become effective ESP practitioners. I am very honored to be the moderator of this event. So I would like to thank Dr. Ufa Ornika, the organizer of this event, for inviting me as the moderator. Before we begin, I have just a few housekeeping notes for you. This event is being recorded to be available for viewing post-event, and it is also live. And we will hold your questions until the end of each session. Then you can either write your questions in the chat box or read your questions out after each presenter speaks, okay? And please try to keep yourself muting during all sessions. Now let's please welcome our first speaker, Dr. Bendera Baya, the head of foreign language department at Ziana Anchor University of Algeria. Are you here, Dr. Bendera?
Well, you can invite, I guess she left. You can invite Dr. Ami for the opening.
Okay then. Then let's invite Dr. Ami Shaifa, head of the Foreign Language Department of Mehdi University of Algeria. Are you with us, Dr. Ami? We can hear you. Yes,
Dr.
I can.
Ami, we can hear you.
Good morning. You can unmute. Okay, nice.
Bonjour.
Bonjour. Bonjour. My French is actually not good, but please forgive me if I pronounce your names wrong. Please forgive me.
Dr. Shefia Ami.
Shefia Ami. Okay, Shefia Ami. You're welcome, dear doctor.
Thank you.
Yes, the screen is yours.
Thank you. Bien, alors, excusez-moi, je ne peux pas faire un discours solennel en anglais, donc je vais le faire en français. Ce que j'ai dit d'ailleurs à Wafa. Bonjour tout le monde. Permettez-moi d'abord de vous souhaiter la bienvenue et de vous exprimer ma profonde gratitude et ma joie pour avoir honoré de votre présence, même s'il s'agit d'une présence virtuelle, cet atelier international qu'organise mon ami et collègue Dr Wafa Warneri sur le thème de la formation des formateurs pour enseigner la langue de spécialité. Et on en parle très souvent et ça revient à chaque fois donc qu'on éprouve un besoin de former les formateurs. Hein? Pourquoi? Parce qu'il y a une nouvelle démarche et une nouvelle approche qui s'annonce au niveau de l'université algérienne qui se penche exceptionnellement et surtout sur la formation des formateurs. Donc, la démarche anglais sur objectifs spécifiques renvoie en effet à une méthodologie consistant à concevoir un programme de formation selon les besoins d'un organisme donné. Mais qu'en est-il des formateurs en fait? Donc, les chercheurs du ESP sont toujours à la recherche de moyens méthodologiques susceptibles de faciliter justement ce processus d'enseignement très particulier, compatible avec l'univers professionnel, Nous avons certes beaucoup travaillé sur les programmes pour assurer la continuité des enseignements et l'élimination des obstacles qui peuvent heurter l'apprentissage de la langue de spécialité, mais nous devons réfléchir beaucoup plus et en parallèle sur la formation des formateurs en matière de qualité d'enseignement assurée et la performance des partenaires de ce processus. Il est temps de redéfinir, si vous voulez, donc la mission du formateur. Le savoir se transforme et la mission du formateur ne peut plus se réduire à la transmission des connaissances établies, bien entendu. Il faut désormais apprendre à apprendre pour entreprendre et acquérir les compétences qui permettront de mettre en œuvre les nouveaux savoirs. Avant de terminer, je tiens à exprimer mes vifs remerciements aux intervenants pour les efforts qu'ils ont consentis afin de participer à cette manifestation scientifique et échanger avec leurs collègues les résultats de leurs recherches sur cette question capitale. Sur cela, je souhaite plein succès à vos travaux et déclare l'ouverture solennelle de votre rencontre. Merci. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ami. Dr. Ami. So now it is Dr. Wafa Ornika's turn to make the opening speech, who is the organizer of this event. Dr. Wafa?
Okay, good morning, everyone. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of Allah, the most beneficent and most merciful, may peace, mercy, and blessings of Allah be upon you. Dear colleagues, professors, lecturers, researchers, students, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude and welcome you at the international conference entitled Training EFL Teachers to Become Effective ESP Practitioners. I'd like to express my gratitude, and it's an honor to welcome our distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Madhu, Professor Dr. Meltem, Dr. Mubina, Dr. Ali Ersalan, Dr. Fouzia Rouer, and Dr. Iman Diaba, who decided or who accepted the invitation to take part in such an event. Well, first I would like to express how the idea came to my mind. Well, the idea was based on the last instruction that was sent by the Minister of Higher Education here in Algeria, trying to generalize the teaching of English towards an ESP approach. The idea was local. I intended to train the teachers at the level of my university to be moved to different departments, let's say non-English departments, like the Department of Biology, Computing, etc., to teach there. But I felt them that they are unprepared, some knowledge about, let's say, not the theoretical part, but the practical one. The idea also has come based on organizing the first international conference that was held last year in Berlin, in which we had a hot debate with the researchers, and we decided not to conclude and not to close the event without suggesting practical solutions. I fulfilled my promise, and I have, in my second organized national conference of teaching ESP within a mobility and employability perspective, I decided to prepare a kind of tentative program for ESP, for EFL teachers to become effective ESP practitioners. Then we have decided to organize this workshop that hopefully would fulfill the objectives. Now, I'm going just to pave the way for the speakers. I'm going to give an overall description of the actual situation, mainly here in Algeria. What we have observed, especially when I conducted different researchers in my BA, MA, and PhD degree, we've observed regarding the EFL, the ESP practitioner, so-called ESP practitioner, we've observed that only BA, or as we say in French, licence, is enough to be accepted to teach in non-English departments. Teachers are not under any kind of supervision. There is total absence of specialized institutions devoted to the training of such teachers. Each teacher relies on his own experience, if any, Okay, and almost ESP teachers do not see much procedural differences between ESP teaching and EGP. And I like the quotation of Hutchinson and Waters, who say that when it comes to ESP practice, when he has been asked about the difference between ESP and EGP, he stated, in theory, nothing. In practice, a big deal. I also like to state the quotation when they have when they made the difference between ESP and EGP, they stated that ESP is easier than EGP, but not easy in itself. This not easy in itself means the whole procedure the ESP practitioner should do, because in addition to being an English language teacher, he should perform other main 4 roles: course designer, material provider. He should conduct and have a tendency towards the field he is teaching. As a researcher, he is also a collaborator with the specialists and his own learners, and evaluator. Believe me, when we teach such things in theory, it's absolutely different when we talk about it in practice. Also, we have observed that ESP teachers use their own methods in teaching, delivered from intuition, either by theory and principle, intuition rather than theory and principles. And finally, the fundamental procedure, the core, the pillar of ESP teaching, which is needs analysis or needs assessment, has been completely neglected. Let's say briefly that ESP teaching is taught under EGP, means under the umbrella term EGP. It's so-called ESP, but in fact, what we are actually practicing is EGP. And here I mean in the teaching of non-English departments. Now, it's also easier. This is sharing just briefly my experience. It's easier when we teach the didactics of ESP or when we teach about ESP in English departments. But when it comes to practice, believe me, it's really a hard task. Now, let me be brief. I wish you a very productive workshop with exciting, encouraging discussion and exchange of knowledge, so that together we can anticipate a good and real practice of ESP. May God bless you all to make this event a successful and enjoyable one. I hope that the workshop, by the end of the workshop, it will fulfill the real objectives of becoming effective ESP practitioners. I hope that this event will be successful, and I promise to organize a series of workshops to train our EFL teachers. Thank you so much. Professor Matam?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Wefa. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I do.
Yes. Now, we have our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Mabdullah Balwa Harji from Segi University, Malaysia. Professor Dr. Harji is going to talk about needs analysis for ESP learners. Professor Doctor, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, sure. Yes, Professor.
Well, everyone says good morning. I'm going to say good evening. It's about 5 o'clock in the evening in Malaysia. Right, so it's a 7-hour difference. Congratulations to the committee. Congratulations to Wafa. Fantastic job being done in organizing this event. And obviously, I'm put as a keynote speaker based on my title, I presume, which is on needs analysis for ESP learners. And this is what the whole workshop is about. And since it's a workshop, it's going to be interactive. It's not going to be one way. So I will need you guys at times to go in and respond to certain things. Yeah, I'm going to share the screen with you now. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see, Professor.
Right, okay. Just give me a minute. Okay, let me hide this. Can't seem to hide this thing. It's here. Right. Okay, so I'm Associate Professor Dr. Madhu. It's a mouthful to call me Madhubala, so Madhu is fine. I'm attached to Sagi University at the moment. And just to give you a glimpse of the campus, let me just move on to my slides. This is the campus of the university that I'm attached to. I'm so sorry, this thing seems to be, I just need to move this away. I can't seem to hide it.
Actually, it is moving, Professor. We can see nice photos of your campus.
Okay, no, it's just that these two things are sort of like coming in the way. So I hope it doesn't disturb you so much. Right, this is an international workshop, as it says, international virtual workshop on needs analysis. It's what I'm going to do. I really can't do something about this. I hope this will go away eventually. All right, so ESP needs analysis for learners. Right. A good question to you, a big question to you. Why are you here? I see 41 participants. Why are you attending this session? Why are you here? Can anyone say something?
Yeah, we are here, Professor. We are all
Why?
ears. Mhm.
Yeah, but why are you here? Why are you attending this workshop? I'm talking about the other participants who are here as participants, not the keynote speakers. The keynote speakers are here because they know what they want to say, but the other participants, why are you here? Anyone wants to respond?
Probably.
Yes.
Do you hear me?
Yes, we
Yes.
can hear you.
So good morning. Thank you for this workshop. Well, I'm here because I had a chance to teach some medical studies students, some biology students, etc. And I had difficulty in making the design of my course.
Right.
It means I knew that I needed some general English, some terminology in the field, but when I was there, it was difficult for me. They were not motivated at all,
Right.
and
Okay.
most of them wanted conversational English rather than just writing tasks and answering questions, etc. They wanted to talk, to work. They needed also some business English. So it was very, very hard to design a course for them. Even though I have a bachelor's degree in biology, which means I knew their needs, but it was difficult to design the course. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. So we have your reason. So you're here to learn. You're here to be exposed. Fantastic.
Yes, thank
I
you.
think you are also here because you are a passionate teacher, right? And you're passionate about ESP. I'm very sure about that. Otherwise, you will not be here. Am I
Of
right?
course.
Yeah.
Yes, you are.
Okay, like I said, this is a workshop, so it's going to be interactive. Yeah, I need you to talk to me. Wafa talked about Hutchinson's and Waters, and this is Hutchinson's and Waters tree, which looks a little bit very, very complicated tree of ELT, a little bit more refined representation of ESP. As you can see, there seems to be a whole big bunch of aspects of ESP, and you also have medical, you have occupational, you have what do you call that, academic, and you have different aspects to it. And going down to the nitty-gritty, there you are, English for medical studies, since you talked about it. So you're there in part of the ESP. You're not left out. Okay, I want you to do a quick questionnaire. Want you to answer a very quick, short questionnaire, which is made up of only about 10 sentences. Okay, I'm going to copy this statement. I'm sorry, I need to escape. You can see this questionnaire here, but just give me a minute. No, I need to see my, okay, here you are. Sorry. I'm going to copy this on, I'm going to share this on the chat box. Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to share this on the chat box, and I want you to fill in this questionnaire very quickly. I'll give you a couple of minutes. It's not that difficult. I will look out for the responses. You don't have to write your name, it's anonymous. Are you okay with filling in the questionnaire? Ah, there I go. I've got one response already, 2. Fantastic. 3, 4. 4 responses. 5. 6. 8. Very good. 10. It's not a difficult questionnaire, is it? 11. Okay. Coming up. The 13. You guys doing it? Another 1 minute. One more respondent, and then I will quickly go through. Okay, I'm going to stop. If you continue, if you want to. All right, 20. Okay, I'm going to just go on. If you would wish to continue, please go ahead. And then, but I'll go through the response now. Right, we have got the responses from 22 participants. Of this 22, we have some male and we have some female, mostly female. That's fine. We have representatives from different institutions, teacher training, university and college, but mostly university. Are you currently teaching? We have only a small percentage are currently teaching. The most of you are not. So I presume that you're teaching English teachers, but you're not teaching ESP. All right. How would you rate your knowledge for ESP? It's 1 is poor to very good. So mostly are on average. 9 respondents, they're on average, but it tilts towards being lesser knowledge of ESP. How confident you are. You can see this curve on the level of confidence to teach. Have you conducted needs analysis? Almost half of the respondents have not. Is conducting important? Yes, all of you feel it is. How many are familiar with these terms? Fabulous. You have some who are familiar and some who are not. And then you have what types of needs are there. Okay. So some of you feel it's not, and there is, okay, there are different types of needs. How can you conduct? Right. Okay, most of you say it's questionnaire. There are also different forms of it. Thank you very much. So you've answered my, so you can see from this response that there's a range of people having different knowledge of this, and that's the reason why you guys are here to acquire more knowledge, which is fabulous. All right, so but that has a lot, that finding, even though it's little bit of findings there, it shows a lot about your knowledge and your expertise as well. So we talk about needs. We talk about needs. We always talk about students' needs, but we forget the teachers' needs. Right? So we always talk about, when we talk about ESP, we're talking about students. We have forgot about teachers. We forget about teachers. I want you to do this. I'm going to share this with you again on the chat. Sorry, here. Wait. Okay. And when you go into this, you will come to this page. Okay, once you're here, I want you to type in. How do you type in? I have divided this into two parts. What are your needs and what are the learner's needs? So you need to click on this here and you can type in the needs. Right, good. I'm seeing responses. Keeping up to date on best ESP practices. What are your needs? Fabulous. Come on. It's an interactive session here. We are doing a workshop. Nice. Press on this, the T sign, click, and you will be able to type it. Yes, this one. You can see the screen. Click and type. So I want you to type. Oh, I think you removed my command here on what are the teacher's needs. Okay, this is oh, there you see it's here. Do not type on my box. Please type it outside. All right. Warm-up courses. Okay. What else? Having resources, supporting lesson needs, lesson plans. Terminologies, academic writing, critical analysis to content, higher level thinking skills. We're talking about ESP learners, having resources and supporting lesson plans. Okay. What else? Course design, teachers' needs. Are you okay to fill in, guys? Do not click on my square. Do not click on mine, just use this and click outside my box. Some of you are filling it in, trying by trial and error. Yeah, okay, types of activities, thank you. Worksheets, okay. Yeah. Okay. Students' real needs for future jobs. Now that should go under the students' needs, right? Being creative at all times. Okay, target knowledge. Right, so we're looking at, my question to you was, because we look at needs, we always talk about students' needs, but we forget the teachers' needs. So that is why I have two parts to this, but I see some of you were added onto both sides. It doesn't matter. We obviously see that both teachers and students have needs. Teachers, ESP teachers have your own needs on actually how to deliver your lessons effectively, and we need to look at what students' needs are. Okay, so my next question to you is, what are the challenges that you would face? Can you please type here? What challenges are you facing currently? Oh dear. Anyone? Any challenges that you have? Just type in a keyword. Or do you want to say, none at the moment, not teaching ESP classes? Okay. All right. Okay. So those who are teaching, I'm sure they have challenges. There are some who are teaching. Those who are not teaching ESP classes, okay, but you may be medical, okay, medical. Just now somebody mentioned, you had mentioned some challenges. They talked about what the students want, and you have a challenge in teaching the course, don't you? Okay, I'm going to move on. All right, because I've only given 20 minutes, I'm going to shortly. So we talk about teachers' needs and we talk about students' needs. So basically what I'm trying to say here, we all are in the same. You're not alone. We are all facing the same thing. When you see those challenges, you see those matters that are raised, you are all not alone. You are alone. We have this concept of needs. There are different concepts of needs in the questionnaire mentioned. So you can see from here, needs talks about gaps. And there's different types of needs. I'm not going to go into this. You can just have a quick glance of this. A needs analysis is basically about fact finding. It's a fact finding stage. You need to find out what's happening. Even before some of you have gone, you've sort of like been thrown into the deep end of the sea and gone into straight to teaching before you actually find out what are the students' needs. So it's good for you to know what are needs. And Dudley, Evans, and St. John's concept of needs analysis, they refer to needs in different concepts. They're about 8-year professional information about the learner, about personal information about the learners, English language information about the learners, what they know, all right? What are the learners' lacks? What do they lack? What is the gap? What they know and they do not? Language learning information, how are they learning the language, right? Professional communication information, how are they using the language for the target situation? Target situation as in where they're going to eventually be employed or workplace. What is needed from the course? What is the learning objectives of the course? And also information about the environment. Where are you going to conduct the course, which is also known as means analysis. So there are different models to analysis. I'm not going to go into that, but there's this target situation analysis, present, learning, means analysis. Means analysis is referring to what is at the moment when you're teaching it. These are learners, present, target, as in when they are actually in the organization or in the workplace they're going to go. And we also talk about language audit. This is mostly at the larger level, even at a national level, or even at the regional level, or even at the industry level, where we are looking at language audit from the sectors, from the companies. What is the current situation? What are the language used in that particular context, in that particular sector of the industry? Okay, Hutchison's and Waters talks about needs. He talks about lacks. He talks about necessities. He talks about wants. Target needs. He talks about what this eventually will need in the future. Okay, learning needs, what the students need at the moment. And here, these are three things that are pretty important for you as language teachers to be aware of. What is necessary, what the students lack, and usually wants is what the students want as a personal expectation. Okay, and we all are aware that it's the first step to designing a curriculum or a course. Brown's talks about three groups. He has grouped people into different groups who are involved in needs analysis. Okay, he talks about this needs, the group of people who are actually conducting the analysis, right? And we talk about the target needs, the people who are going to give you the information. And he talked about resource groups, the people who are actually providing you with the source of information. Okay, now sources of information. Can I just have very quickly someone tell me, and I'll type it in? What could be the possible sources of information that you can acquire when you're conducting this needs analysis? Who are going to be your target?
Their level in English.
So students, they are students, okay?
Yes.
Yeah, students and levels, okay? Good.
Teachers,
Teachers, good.
administrators, probably.
Administrators? Administrators? Are you talking about administrators as in organizations or workplace or in the university or where you're studying or teaching?
Yeah, in case of EIP situation, I guess we need the staff of the administration.
Okay, thank you. Where else is this?
And competence and businesses written in the chat box.
Okay.
Policymakers,
Policymakers, okay.
decision makers, probably decision makers, designers, instructional designers, you mean?
You're talking about instructional designers, okay.
I'm trying to transfer what they write in the check. Designs, it is written, it is instructional designers.
So instructional designers would also be teachers. Shall I put them together?
Yeah, to me, yes. But what does the department mean for that? And there is written one more thing, future planners, future plans.
The learners themselves, students, learners. Is it learners? Who else? Where are you going to get your source of information?
Students, learners, they are same. Course books written, businesses written.
Course books are your source of needs analysis. Okay. Oh dear. What else?
Literature.
Literature, very good. Literature.
Institutes, administration, students, again, written. Previous needs analysis. This can be good as well. Previous needs analysis.
Rated and where they are from.
Diagnostic tests.
Yeah, by doing a diagnostic test. Okay, your diagnostic test is part of your needs analysis, right? Okay, fabulous. So you talk about doing a needs analysis and you need to find your sources in doing this needs analysis. When you do needs analysis, it's not just the students. You need to think about triangulating your data. You need to talk about triangulating your information. So students, yes, what they need. Students may not know what they need in the future. So probably you may need to go to the ones who have graduated. They will come back and tell you, this is what I did not learn in school, but I need to know this. All right. Or you go to the companies, or you go to the institutions where the students are working, or the workplace, and find out what is the jargon, what words are being used in that sector. And you will want to put that into your course as well.
Excuse me, Professor. Sorry, participants, can you please mute your, yeah. Okay, we need a technical help. Please mute us, participants. Sorry, Professor.
It's all right.
Okay.
Okay. So when we talk about sources, needs analysis, very crucial, as all of you, most of you mentioned that it's important. Very good. So now, how to conduct it, where to go about, who should be your sources of information. I had mentioned here earlier, Brown's has talked about 3 groups of sources of information. And here we have gone down to who are the people who are your sources of information. I would say this is a pretty comprehensive source. You need to go into the student, former and current workplace, the teachers themselves. From your experience, the teachers themselves know what is needed. And you just now, someone mentioned, the students say they would prefer more communication. So there you go in designing a syllabus. Where is your stress going to be, right? Of course, we talk about language. When we talk about a course, we do the 4 language skills. So where is your emphasis going to be? And the weightage is going to be in the course syllabus when you design. That comes from the feedback from your students as well. So this is where I talk about sources of needs analysis, all right? Conducting the instruments that you need, all right? You talk about how you're going to get your data. Just now in my questionnaire, I asked the same question. And most of you had responded to questionnaire, observations, and also interviews. And this is where you're going to get your information. So when you are planning to teach this course, when you want to design your course, you need to looking at needs analysis as your first step. Your sources, your instruments, okay? And once these are some references that you can look at, framework that's given for needs analysis, some useful instruments to identify learners' needs and wants. Okay, very specific pages are given to you, Dudley, Evans, and St. John, Hutchinson's Water, Richards, and Rogers. Okay, have a look at it. You can go into details there, right? So after you've done your needs analysis, what's next? This is where I'm going to stop because this is I'm only given 20 minutes. So I'm going to stop at this section on what's next after you have done your needs analysis. What would it be? Feedback? Presume you've conducted your needs analysis, you used a questionnaire, you did a questionnaire, then you designed a questionnaire for students, you designed a questionnaire for current students, you designed a questionnaire for former students, and you designed a questionnaire for the organization where your students are employed. And you've got all this data, and what's next? I'm posing a question. Anyone has an answer to that question? What are you going to do next?
Answers are on the chat box, Doctor.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay. All right. Analysis of their needs. Okay, design. Okay, fantastic. Design the curriculum. Draw up the syllabus. Identify the syllabus. Define the syllabus, identify the objectives, draw your plans up, analyze it, draw your plans, what's your aims. Very good. You are there. Okay, you are there. You have to draw up a syllabus that is specific to your needs. Thank you so much for that feedback. Sorry, I'm not aware that it's on the chat box. Okay, here are some references that you can look at. You are not alone. Remember in that questionnaire earlier, I said you're not alone. There are many people out there who are interested in ESP. And these are some of the organizations that you would like to be attached to, so that you could expand your knowledge. You could expand your horizons into ESP. I know in Algeria, ESP is new. And I know that a lot of teachers are required to teach ESP with very little exposure. And that's why Wafa has this workshop, which I must give her credit for. All right. So that's all from me.
Okay.
For now, thank you very much. That's my email address. Thank you, Wafa. Over to, Chairperson, over to you.
Thank you, dear Professor Baba Harshi. I am really very pleased to listen to this needs analysis part. I am an EdTech person actually, and in every project, if we think it as a project, we start with the analysis part. It is very, very important because we have a model called ADDIE model, you know, analysis, design, development, implementation, and evaluation. It's an ongoing process. Without doing an analysis, you cannot get the situation. What are their needs? What are our students' expectations? What do these target people expect, need? And what do we have in our hands so that we can improve our course design, whatever we have in our hands? So this is very, very important. Thank you. And you told this analysis with the ESP environment, I mean context. Thanks. I think it is very valuable for all participants. Thank you, Professor. So if our participants have a questions, we would be happy to hear. I'm checking the chat box. Would you please show the email again? They ask for your email, Professor. Maybe you can type in the chat box. We can't hear you. Sorry, please unmute. Unmute the Professor.
Yeah, sorry, sir. I'll do that now. I'll do that. I'll share it on the chat box.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, dear participants, as far as we see, you don't have any questions. And if you have, you can email dear Professor after the session. Now we are going on with our second keynote speaker.
Professor Melton, they
Yes.
are just writing their questions
Oh, okay,
in
okay.
the chat box,
Yes,
and they
yes,
can raise
yes.
her hands in case of any question. Yeah.
Yeah, you can raise your hands as well. I can see a question. It is just arrived. Sorry. Would you please tell us about the difference between ESP and EMI? This is the
Okay.
question.
Who has asked this question? Mohammed?
Al-Hadi Buhtima.
Okay, where are you, Mohammed?
Good morning, Dr. Haji.
Hi, call me
here.
Madhu. Call me Madhu.
Good morning, Professor Madhu.
Yeah, welcome. Okay. A quick question. What is EMI to you?
So I think that EMI is an abbreviation of English as a medium of instruction.
Yes.
So I think that in both EMI courses and ESP courses, English is used.
EMI, as
Yeah.
you presume, is a medium of instruction, right?
Yes.
So EMI talks about teaching any course using English, whereas ESP is very specific. It's English for specific purposes, where you teach English for different reasons. For different purposes, sorry, not the reasons, for different purposes. That means you teach, for example, English for occupational purposes. So you're preparing the students for occupation. You teach English for students in the medical field. Let me just remember I had showed you a quick, can I share the screen again with you? Let me just quickly share the screen so that you will be able to see where it is in my, just give me a minute. Okay, sorry, let me go into this. We talked about the Hutchinson's tree. Where is my Hutchinson's tree? This is Hutchinson's tree. Let me put this on screen. EMI is the use of English as a medium of instruction, whereas ESP is for specific purposes. For example, you're teaching English for science and technology. You're teaching English for business and economics. You're teaching English for social sciences. So these are very, very specific fields that you're teaching using English to teach them. Okay, you are teaching English to these specific fields of students. So the students are very specialized. These are different degree students in the different fields, and you're teaching them English. Okay.
Thank you so much, Professor Mohammed.
Actually, dear Mohammed, for example, I am working for a university. The medium of instruction is English. So it means that we teach every lesson in English. English is just a language. We are teaching mathematics by using English. We are teaching physics by teaching English. But our aim is not there to teach English. But when we are talking about English for a specific purpose, we are teaching English. We are therefore to teach English, but we want to teach something specifically in English, okay?
Excuse me, Milton. Excuse me.
Okay.
Good morning. Very thrilled to see you.
Hi, Fawzia. Hi.
Hi. Just wanna add a comment. You said teaching mathematics, biology, medicine, and English, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes.
They are subject matters and they are taught for specific purposes. So EMI or ESP, EMI is a part of ESP for academic purposes. There is no big difference actually. So
there is, my dear.
Oh, no. Can I intervene, please? I want to say something.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, when it comes to EMI, it's teaching exactly what Professor Matam has rightly said, is teaching the subject matter in English. For example, specialists who are teaching English for computing or biology, they teach the specialty using the English language as a medium of instruction instead of using French or Arabic. However, ESP is teaching the language through the specialty. Okay, this is the difference between EMI and ESP.
Really?
Yes.
For example, let's think, okay?
So we learn, I'm sorry, so we learn English through mathematics and biology. However,
no, it's
EMI.
not learning.
No,
it means the language of instruction. Well, right now what's occurring in Algeria, Dr. Fawzia, is that we are teaching biology using French language. So English as a medium of instruction, they want the Ministry of Higher Education want want specialists to use English instead. This is what we mean by English as a medium of instruction. When we talk about ESP, it's teaching the language through the field of specialism that has to do with the learner's field. Yeah, we teach the language. We use the career content, which is the learner, the specialist field. We teach the language through that field.
Yes, true, Dr. Opa, true is the key point here. You just teach something, you went into the lesson to teach mathematics, something, but you use English, just a medium, okay, just a medium. That's why it is called EMI, medium of instruction. That's just the English, Turkish, Arabic, you can teach that
absolutely
one of the language. But when we are talking about ESP, you go to the class to teach English for a specific aim, okay? Okay,
correct.
that's the difference.
Yes.
Thank you for all. This is a nice interactive session. Thank you, Professor. You started this. I really like this session.
Thank you.
It was very interactive. All those Web 202s, I really like them. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have another question to you, dear Professor. El-Sadiq Ali, El-Sadiq Ali, can you ask? Yes, You can unmute yourself, dear participant.
Yes, hello everybody. How are you? Thank you for
Hi.
this talented, brilliant presentation. And thank you very much. Yes, in all, the ultimate goal of ESP and EMI is to reach what is called communicative competence of the target language. And particularly when we talk about ESP, we focus on training in a specific academic and workplace task. So that is in the particular for a particular career. And the most important point here, English medium instruction can help a lot, in maximizing the language level and to reach the communicative competence rather than ESP, because ESP is entirely based on the register or agua and the jargon, and this is intuitive. Another point here, in needs analysis, we need to consider two things: subjective needs and objective needs. So, Professor, to what extent do you believe in subjective needs and objective needs as the factor in English for specific purpose teaching? Thank you very much.
You're talking about, you asking this subjective needs and target needs, objective needs, and the objective needs also includes things that is at the end of the course, what they're going to learn. Subjective can also be what is to do with they being able to perform and their own personal needs as well. So there are various aspects to it, but I did not dwell into this because I'm only given 20 minutes. And if we go on to this, I will be holding others back. That is why I kept it as brief as possible on these aspects.
Okay. So is there any other question? Let me check the chat box.
Professor
Yeah.
Matam, I guess we need to respect time. We move on to the next speaker.
Yeah.
We will have discussions at the end, of course. We just have discussions at the end of each presentation. Then we allow questions at the end of the workshop also. So all questions will be welcomed. Just record them.
Very nice. I like this discussion part, especially in these kinds of activities. Thank you, Professor Madhu. So, dear participants, if you have some more questions, please email dear professor. Okay, let's go on with our next keynote speaker. Our next speaker is Professor Dr. Kayit Fatih, but unfortunately, due to unexpected issues, she's not with us. So we will be going on with another speaker now. Just a minute. Sorry. Now, Dr. Iman Tayyiba, Setif II University, Algeria, which will be with us. She's going to talk about practical tips for course design. Wow, this is great. Dr. Iman, are you with us?
Yes, good morning, everybody, and good afternoon for
Afternoon.
those who are different in the time with Algeria. Well, first of all, I would like to express my deepest gratitude and appreciation to Dr. Wafa for bringing all these scholars and participants together in this international event or workshop. She's always doing amazing work. And I would like also to thank all the participants and the presenters in this workshop. In this presentation, I'll be very pleasant to share my insights and experience both as an EFL teacher and an ESP researcher. Can you hear me well? Is the voice okay?
Yes,
Yeah, we do.
You are audible and
Okay.
you can see your screen. Well,
Great. So I'll share my screen.
it's already, is it your screen?
I guess Professor Madhu should close her screen.
Yeah, I
Professor
should
Madhu?
close my screen. One moment.
I can see a screen, but I couldn't understand who's, I thought Dr.
One
Iman.
moment. I need to unshare.
Okay.
I'm not sharing. I'm not sharing.
Yeah, someone is sharing. This is.
Am I sharing?
Yes, yes.
Someone is sharing, yeah.
Hang on. Okay. Let me stop my sharing. Oh, okay, stop sharing. I've stopped sharing, sorry.
Yes, yes, yeah, no
Yeah.
problem. Now you can share, Dr. Iman.
Okay. Well, I can't find it. Can you see my screen now?
Not yet, Iman.
Not yet, not yet. No, yes, practical steps in designing an ESP.
Okay,
Okay.
great,
yeah.
great. So in my presentation, as I said, I try to share some practical steps for EFL teachers to consider in order to be effective ESP practitioners. And I think that there has been much research conducted by researchers to account for what constitutes a good course design over the time. And there were different theoretical framework for designing learning and teaching courses, where the learner is taken as a center in the learning process. However, if we observe those theoretical framework that stood on the different learning theories or different learning approaches, they share some common notes. And I think what EFL teachers need is something practical, something which is simple and clear, apart from far or different from the heavy theoretical and conceptual frameworks. So if we observe course design, we can see that they share some common notes, and these notes can be viewed in 4 basic notes. First of all, the type of learners, and hereby we mean the needs of learners, because this is what constitutes ESP, the corner for the ESP course. The second thing is setting objectives and goals, then selecting teaching materials and learning activities, and of course, assessing learners. If we take the case of Algeria, English is used as a foreign language. It could be similar to some countries like Turkey or others, but still we need to do a lot of efforts because in tertiary level in Algeria, studies are conducted or are in English, in Arabic being the mother tongue, or in French being a second language. So now there is a strong will to implement English for specific purposes. So for English for specific purposes can be seen as follows. We have 2 types. We have English for academic purposes and English for occupational purposes. Within academic purposes, we have English for academic and science and technology, English for academic medical purposes, English for academic legal purposes, English for management, finance, and economics, and etc. For occupational purposes, we have 2 types of English: English for professional purposes and for vocational purposes. So these are the major dichotomies of English for specific purposes. Now back to our course design. I said that the most important part or note to start with is to observe our learners. Within the Algerian context, we can see that we have 4 types of learners, ESP learners. We have the first category are learners of ESP as a discipline. And by this, we mean the EFL undergraduates. They have ESP as a subject or a module to study with other modules like linguistics, pragmatics, phonetics, academic writing, and so on. And the second category of learners of ESP are the learners of ESP for academic purposes. And by this, we mean postgraduates and teachers of other disciplines. And these are the target population for the Algerian ministry. They have made a note to teach those teachers of other disciplines in English, to train them in English. And they need English, of course, for mainly for publication purposes and for international communication. And also there is a will for the Algerian ministry to enhance the visibility of Algerian universities and to, of course, improve the ranking. And as we know, English is one of is a leading or the language of science and scientific research. The fourth type of learners are learners of English as a module in other disciplines. For example, in other departments like the departments of biology, medical studies, or economy, they always have a module of English. And the fourth type of learners of ESP in Algeria is ESP for occupational purposes. And this is usually done in vocational and training schools. Usually it is done in private schools. So when we ask EFL teachers to design their courses, we should present them what is included in the course of each category of learners. It is not sufficient just to present them with a theoretical framework and to keep speaking about the needs and how to conduct the needs, because for many teachers, they are not interested in understanding the ABCs of research in ESP, but they need practical tips to teach English, and this is what is required from them. Now let's take each case separately to see what should be included in the design of each course for each category of learners. Let's start with learners of ESP as a discipline, like the case of EFL undergraduates. So as I said, what is included in the course design? First of all, learner needs, the aim of the course, teaching materials, and learning activities. Now for ESP learners as a discipline, so the aim of the course is to prepare students to be ESP researchers or to increase their interest in ESP, to give them the ABCs of ESP. And here, as I remember, one of the Algerian scholars who taught us ESP was Professor Miliani. He told us a very famous expression. He said that by ESP is about investigating issues, language issues beyond the ELT classroom, and then bring the finding for training, for making pedagogical recommendations according to students' needs. So for the ESP course for EFL learners or undergraduates, the teachers or the students should be presented with the different theories and approaches to ESP: needs analysis, register analysis, discourse analysis, tone analysis. For the teacher now, the teaching materials, and I think that teachers here, they have a lot of materials and a lot of resources that can help them do their task. So they have to present the approach to ESP in addition to case studies. We have to present students with new case studies, help to investigate ESP cases. For example, we can speak about English for tourism, English for medical purposes, etc. Now, the learning activities teachers can use as a kind of practice, because this is what matters. It is to make students practice to learn. They can use scenarios, and this is done actually by many of my colleagues who are in charge of teaching ESP, and was done even by our teachers while we were studying ESP as a discipline. Students can be set for many assignments according to the approach of ESP. For example, if we are teaching students the needs analysis, we have to give them, for example, assignments to conduct needs analysis in the different departments of the university or at private school or at private sectors. If we are, for example, teaching them the genre analysis, we can ask students to analyze the genre of certain academic writing, like abstracts, articles, a section of discussion, section of conclusion, and so on and so forth. So we have to make the ESP course very practical for the learners. Now, the second type of learners within the Algerian context is learners of ESP for academic purposes. And here we mean the teachers of other disciplines and other departments who may have, for example, pursued their studies in Arabic or French, but now there are needs to publish international articles, to hold international communications. So for those, the learners, this is what's the new note of the ministry brought. It is to train this category of learners. For those learners, as I said, the teaching materials will be different, of course, from the teaching materials of the ESP learners who take it as a discipline. Here we can focus our teaching materials on using published articles in reputed journals and to set those learners for the rhetorical analysis, for example, or using the genre-based approach. We may focus on the macro structure and collocations. So here, those teachers have studied in French or in Arabic. They are aware about how to write, or how to search in their discipline, but they don't know the language. What lacks is the language. For us as ESP practitioners or researchers, in order to help them or to facilitate their task, we should focus on the form, because the content, they know it. They already know how to communicate their findings. I remember there was once teacher of in mathematics. He sent me his article for proofreading. And of course, I proofread the English, the structure, the moves, the use of collocations to present their findings. But math was all Chinese for me. I cannot understand the equation. He said, okay, it's okay with the diagrams. You don't have to bother about this because I know the content of the article, but the form, this is what matters. So my view for training teachers in academic purposes is to rely on authentic materials in their subjects, in their discipline, or for what purposes they are using English. And actually, recently, there are a number of training courses who are set for doctoral students and even for these type of teachers of other disciplines about how to write scientific articles by focusing on the points I have already mentioned regarding the rhetorical analysis, the discourse, and the collocations. Of course, we have to cope with the new demands of the digital area. We can integrate, for example, some ICTs. As we know, now there are some websites and some applications that help in editing the language, like we have the example of Ref and Write. They present you the expressions and the collocations that you use in each section of the article and how to express your findings, how to express a gap of research in English. And this, I think, what our researchers or learners of ESP for academic purposes actually need. Now, the learning activities, what can teachers use as learning activities for those students? They have to train students on paraphrasing, for example, bringing those expressions and paraphrase them, how to express them differently in English. They can use, for example, some translation. They can have also train them to use the different sections of the article. For example, if we are training them to use for academic writing. So this is concerning the second category of ESP learners within the Algerian context. Now, the third category of learners of English in Algeria is the learners of English as a module in other disciplines. Now we have, so the first category are the learners of English of ESP, EFL undergraduates as a discipline. The second are the teachers of other disciplines and postgraduates. Now, the third category are the learners of English as a module in other disciplines. So in all departments, nearly all the departments, they take English as a module. So here we should focus on the concepts of the content. And here the language teacher cannot rely on his own skills to develop or to design his course, but he has to cooperate with the content and the subject matter teachers. For the teaching materials, there should be, as I said, collaboration with other teachers, surveying other modules, bring authentic text, and focus on building the vocabulary or the glossary, because after all, we need vocabulary. It is the brick and cement. It's the brick for language. It's the vocabulary, of course. So the learning activities. So teachers here can use, for example, bring text and set reading comprehension, different, and try to focus on the linguistic competence. We can also use the translation of the concepts, use also gaps filling, and so on and so forth. So this is for the case of English when it is used as a module or as a subject in other disciplines. Now, the fourth category of learners of ESP is learners of ESP for occupational or vocational purposes. And this is actually done in, as I said, private schools. Here, the focus will be on the learner's needs in the target situation. It means what learners need in order to perform well or to do their task in the target situation. Here we focus on learners' needs, what English is used for, in order to perform their task properly. Example, writing emails, negotiate. If we are, for example, taking the case of learners who are working in companies and they need English for corresponding or for sailing or for negotiating. So here, the teaching materials teachers should rely on authentic materials according to the target situations. For example, the analysis of the structure of business letters, the type of language needed to write letters. Also, if they have some other skills of oral negotiation, also we have also to analyze those, to rely on authentic videos or authentic conversations. For example, the case of job interviews, if we are holding a job interviews in English, we have also to train to bring some types of those interviews to be used as teaching materials. So the learning activities now for those teachers, what are they supposed to do? Of course, they have to train their learners to write letters, to role play, to train them to use those conversation, and so on and so forth. Of course, 20 minutes for explaining the type of each category of learners is not enough. But as I said, I am just giving you the ABCs, and maybe in the future we will be organizing more workshops like this way to prepare or to bring, let's say, a sample of lesson plan. So as a conclusion, I don't want to go very very long in my presentation. A course design can be viewed just like a big format of a lesson plan. So this is just to facilitate the terminology for the EFL teachers, because there are some teachers who are not specialized at ESP at all, and they don't have any relationship with ESP. But what matters for you is to know the category of learners you are targeting and to have your, let's say, course design as a form of big lesson plan that should include first your learner needs, your objectives, your teaching materials, and your learning activities, and of course assessment to see the achievement of learners and the effectiveness of your teaching methods. Thank you very much. Now I give you the floor back. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Dr. Iman. Your presentation was very informative. Actually, we had some nice chat discussion about this ESP, EMI difference a few minutes ago. And after that, you presented us this. I'm sure some of the participants had questions, still had questions in mind, but now I'm sure they understood the picture well. Thank you very much. Yes, dear participants. Yeah, thank you very much. If you have any questions, you can ask, you can raise your hand, you can ask by unmuting yourself to Dr. Iman. Yes, yes, Saleh, am I pronouncing in the right way? Can you please unmute? Okay, unmute yourself, please. Just a minute. We can't hear you, sorry, let's give you, okay, just a minute. I think you can you speak now?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
I would like to thank Dr. Iman for her fruitful presentation. Really, it's wonderful. I have been teaching English for ESP since 1980. And when I say English for ESP, it is for specific purposes, and for I believe that learners should know the basics of the language before they start learning ESP. But what I want to say here, that one of the learners' needs is doing their research in order to communicate with others, in order to know, to produce something new. And here, I want to request you, if it is possible, to present or to make a presentation, if not now, at any time, on basic research skills, which, because I felt my students either studying English for academic purposes, because I taught in the Department of English Language and Literature. I taught also ESP. Now, I believe that students need to know the basic skills for doing their research. I am here ready to make a presentation and to discuss it with the colleagues or who are interested in on students doing their research or basic research skills.
Yeah,
this is
in
what
English.
I felt. It is an essential for students or our students in the Arab world, especially because trying to follow the books which are written on on specific or on basic research skills are difficult to follow. Therefore, I prepared a handout, a pamphlet for my teacher, which is suitable for Arabs, particularly in doing their research. That handout or my presentation will include the basic skills, yani how to design your research, how to write the thesis statement, how to take notes, how to, because most of them find it very difficult to paraphrase, and paraphrasing is a very important skill to do. How to introduce him to the data analysis or gathering all these skills, making the interview. All these skills which are needed in the research have to be familiar or introduced to the students and to the teachers. So I'm ready to make a presentation at any time. You make the arrangement to, or whatever it is, for basic research, which is a necessity demand for ESP learners as well, as well as students studying English for academic purposes.
Yeah, I think.
And I want to emphasize on one point, because I taught ESP English for technology in Zawiya Oil Company in Libya for 10 years, and I felt it was a very necessary to introduce the language first. And students should have the level of B2 at least to start studying ESP.
Yes, I understand. I think that Wafa promised to keep those series going on, and maybe we will focus on each category because there is a strong will to cooperate for making guidelines for the different types of ESP. And what you were talking about is the case of academic purposes. I mean, how students will be able to write their research, whether articles, dissertations, or thesis. This is for us, it is taken as a course. However, what bothers students is the theory more than the practice. Teachers focus a lot on theory rather than making practice. So if we are to reduce the amount of theory presented to students and increase the practice, I think the results they will be just great. Yes, they will be great, of course. So we have to increase the learning activities. We claim to be holding learner-centered approach, but we are still teaching. We are just instructing and not giving enough or sufficient time for learners to practice. And I think as there is
Are
a famous
still traditional grammarians, man.
yes, there is a famous saying which says that show me, that tell me and I may forget, show me and I may remember, involve me and I will learn. We have to involve students in real activities, not just provide them with heavy theory and neglect the learning activities. Okay.
Exactly, but unless they know what is paraphrasing or how to make the paraphrasing, they will not be able to do the research. Here, I am quoting Dr. Iman. She says one of the learner's niece is doing the research. From here, I try to participate and introduce my idea. Unless I tell them how to make summary, how to summarize, they will not do it. Unless I tell them how important is the interview and the types of the interviews, they will not be able to do them. This will be benefit for the student and the teacher as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. The moderator, can I ask
you.
one question?
Thank you. Yeah, Dr. Wafa, do we have a few minutes because there's another question I see in the chat box by Elsa Dijali.
Yeah, if you don't mind, dear moderator, Professor Melton, if I say something.
Actually, I have been teaching English at different university, Dhofar University, and Middle East College in Oman. And before that, I was a senior instructor at the Zawiya Oil Company. I taught in Kuwait for more than 10 years, English for, at that time it was called English for Economics, which is related to job skills and business communication.
Yeah, just a second, Professor Melton, and you asked the question to Iman so that we can, to Dr. Iman, so that we can move on to the next speaker is waiting. So I just want to make one comment. First, I'd like to congratulate and thank Dr. Iman for this informative presentation. And I want just to add something to Dr. Saleh, is just a kind of comment. I'm teaching, training PhD students in EST department, English for Science and Technology. And I've attempted to create an authentic situation by doing what? For instance, they said, well, we in English for Science and Technology, they tend to present much in conferences using the English language. So I have attempted to create this environment for learners to prepare PowerPoint presentations as if they are speakers in conference. First, I have shown them the theory, how to move on from one slide to another, talking about, pie charts, bar graphs, etc. Then we had the session of a practice in which we had a moderator who is one of the students and other speakers have prepared their PowerPoint presentations, and they have really enjoyed and lived the situation. So we need to teach by practicing and using authentic situations and materials.
Exactly. With your permission, please. Actually, currently, I am teaching at the Middle East College in Oman. I am teaching English for archives and records management. That means I have to prepare the course material. I prepared the material for 5 courses, starting course 1 up to course 5. I prepared the course material, but unless I know the skills for doing these courses, how can I do them?
Yeah.
I need to know the skills first. Skills is as important as the course material. I have been teaching ESP, English for specific papers, for archives and records management. How to start it? I need to start with general English first, and then to design the courses according to the students' needs and level, which is of more practical than theoretical.
Yeah. So integrate both, it would be great. I mean, instead the time you take, for example, for presenting the general English basics, you can integrate them directly. So it is kind of teaching by stealth. Teaching by stealth. So we integrate skills.
I want to make it clear for the teachers that there is a link between general English and ESP.
Sure, yes, a direct link.
Then,
Yeah, of
unless the
course.
students know the basics of the language, they cannot start with ESP.
Of course, it starts with adult learners, of course.
Mhm.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you, dear
Thank
Salah.
you. Thank you.
Very
Thank
much.
you.
There is a comment also in the chat box about your discussion, let's say. So you can maybe write your email there. So these persons may
Okay.
email you later, Dr. Iman and Saleh. Thank you. Let's go on with our next speaker because we don't want to miss our time, okay? Kelly Bodwell. Kelly Bodwell will be with us. She's an English language fellow at the United States Department of State, and her title of her talk will be Experience as Motivator, Effective Project-Based Learning in an ESP Business Writing Course. So, dear Kelly Bodwell, are you with us? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, yes, I'm here. Thank you so much.
Okay.
I'm just here on my screen.
Yes, please.
That's okay.
There, and the screen is yours.
Okay. Is it possible to share just one slide? I don't see that as an option right now. Let me.
Okay, can't you see?
Let me see. Can you all see my screen? Can you all see my screen?
Yeah, we do.
Yes, we can see. In fact, yeah, we can see it now.
Professor Melton, just a remark, I'd like to say that Dr. Kelly is here in Algeria for the moment as a visiting scholar at NS Oran. And she is, she belongs to the Department of State, United States of America, and she is here as a visiting scholar at NS Oran. So welcome, Dr. Kelly.
Thank you for reminding.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm really glad to be here, and I've loved being in Iran and in Algeria. It's just been so amazing. So today my presentation is titled Experience as Motivator Writing Course. So just a brief introduction of who I am. As Dr. Rifa said, I am an English language fellow through the U.S. Department of State. I have a background in TESOL, TEFL, ESP teaching. I have taught English to children, university students, and working professionals in Ohio, at Ohio University. I don't know if anyone has heard of it, and also in Washington, D.C. So I'm really glad to be here. So I'm kind of going to give you an overview of sort of a case study of a class that I taught for 3 academic years. I taught it at Ohio University. It was a project-based learning course. And so it was a freshman composition course for English as a second language student, but we worked with local businesses to create, we had clients and students would work with those clients. So our final goal for the class, we had 3 main assignments that students would collaborate on in groups, but the final goal was to present a recommendation for some area of improvement or problem for the business or nonprofit that we were working with. So as an instructor, I would backwards plan from our final that final presentation, and I would teach the students to do that as well. So this course, it really provided authentic material for students to write about, internalized motivation for students to work on their papers. And we made sure that all of the presentations were rooted in academic concepts that we were learning in class. So the students would read various academic articles about the issues that we were focusing on, and then they would go and experience them at the business or nonprofit. So as an instructor, a really key element for designing this class was balancing all of these different expectations and requirements that we had. So of course there were the student expectations, But then there were also the course guidelines, and then there were the client expectations. And so for the students' expectations, the students were coming into my class expecting to learn how to write academically. They expected to work with a local business or organization, and they really wanted to practice their professional skills like writing and speaking. But as an instructor, I had to fulfill these course guidelines of the freshman composition requirement. But then we had clients that we worked with who also, you know, I didn't want to take up too much of their time. And I wanted my students to create a product that felt meaningful and aligned with their needs and their organizational principles. So it was a lot of things to balance. Yeah, so that is something that I was always thinking about. But of course, the key element as an instructor was to make sure my students were succeeding. So I, as I mentioned, would utilize backwards course design in creating my course. And I would determine final project topics. So of course, this course, while a composition course, was a little more free form. It gave students a lot of leeway in what they wanted to focus on. However, I wanted to make sure that I had a clear idea of what the clients probably needed in order to help steer the students toward those ideas. And so I would have students make individual academic goals as well. So goals related to their writing, their speaking, their critical analysis skills, their research skills, and we would revisit those throughout the semester. And also, as I would grade and evaluate their papers and presentations, I would make sure I would have their goals, you know, on my computer. I was looking at them to make sure that I could comment on them and that they were working on their goals. And so this class really focused on collaborative work. And so the students could choose their groups of 3 or 4. And I've required group agreements and conflict resolution plans because as we know, probably as professors and as people who work in groups, collaborative working processes are often difficult, right? So I would make sure the students had some plans for dealing with their own potential conflicts. And yeah, that really helped a lot. So students had individual collaboration goals that they would make for themselves, how they wanted to work together in groups. And the students would mostly work together. The students would work together in their groups, but most of their grade assignments were graded individually, besides the final collaborative project. Yeah, and so during that project, I would make sure students had very defined roles in their groups. And when we would have, I'm not sure how it works exactly here, but we would have mid-semester evaluations for me as the professor, and then end of semester evaluations that my students would do for me. And then I would, you know, revise the course and assess the course as needed. But I also would have students do self-evaluations during that mid-semester course to determine how am I on track with my goals? How are things going for me, to hopefully help them self-regulate their own working processes. Yeah, and as you can see, these are just some pictures from various nonprofits and businesses that we've worked with. This was a coffee shop. Let me see my prior ones. This was a nonprofit, an environmental education group that we worked with. And then this was a bagel shop in the college town. I forgot to go through those. Okay, so some additional components and considerations for this class included the digital learning tools that we use. So all the students received iPads in this class that they borrowed for the semester. And we created, it was myself and then the team at the university I worked with, we created an iBook for this class. So we designed and wrote the iBook, and it was very interactive. It included videos and links, and it included all the students' readings. And so, yeah, so that I created an entire, we would have a day where students would examine and explore, and I would do a training on the book so the students knew how to best use it. We also use collaborative tools in the class like Google Docs, Google Presentations. And then when I would grade the students' papers, we would, I used the comment feature on Microsoft Words just so that my comments were very clear. The students could revisit them. There was no confusion about my handwriting. Yeah, so that made it a lot easier for both of us. And an additional component is pitching to clients. So I have found with doing project-based learning and working with local communities that you often have to, you really have to pitch and sell the class to the clients. Then after I would do that, I would create course material with the client, about the client. I would have to meet with them many times. And this is, so this, as I mentioned before, students would read these academic articles about the various businesses or nonprofits we worked with. And where I taught, it was a very impoverished area. And so the businesses were often a little bit, students would sometimes be surprised about the businesses we worked with. And so I would, really introduce them to these different concepts and how much money these businesses were bringing into these local communities, which also connected to student buy-in with these unconventional business models. So that is pretty much my overview, my case study for this class that I taught. Does anyone have questions? Let me see, it looks like.
Let's see, thank you, Dr. Kelly. Yeah, let's remind them, do you have another question? Do you have a question for Dr. Kelly? Okay. It seems like no question.
Okay, yeah. Well,
Thank
thank you
you
so much for having me. I really appreciate it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kelly. Thanks for being with us. So we have another keynote speaker. Let's see. Okay. She's Dr. Mobina Rahmana. Are you here? Are you here, Dr. Mobina Rahmana?
Yes, I am.
Let me introduce you, dear doctor. Okay, Dr. Rabina, am I pronouncing in the
Mobina Rahnama.
Mobina Rahmana will be now presenting her presentation about teaching ESP in the 21st century. She is working for English Language Center, University of Technology and Applied Sciences, Ibri, Oman. Yes, Dr. Mobina, I can
Thank
see
you very much.
You can
Just
share.
going to share part of my presentation, and I'm just sharing. Hello, everybody.
Yes, we can.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. I guess it's.
Yeah, we can see it.
So. Can you see the screen?
We can see. You're audible and visible, everything.
Okay, I'm just setting. Okay, so hello everybody. Hope that until now you've had a fruitful and wonderful workshops and you've made the best out of it. So I'm going to talk about teaching ESP in the 21st century. Well, let's first of all, I would like to just say a thank you and an acknowledgement to Dr. Wafa. And I think there's something. Can you see the slides? Because I think
we can see the slide. Yes. Click to add title slide. Is that?
No, that's not it.
That's not, I think the previous one was the right one.
Because yes, that was the right one actually.
Let's share again. It happens.
Yeah,
it happens.
Sure. Yeah, I'll share it. And let's see. Okay, sorry for the technical issues. Let's just do one more time.
Till you deal with that, Dr. Kelly, can you please write your email in the chat box so some of the participants may reach you after the event?
So I think now we have it, right?
Because a participant of us is asking for that,
Oh,
Dr.
okay.
Kelly's email.
Oh,
Now we can see your
excuse me.
present.
Thank you
Now
so
we can
much.
see.
Okay, thank you to Dr. Wafa Orniki, the Democratic Arabic Center of Berlin and Germany, the University of Bengza, Libya, Africa, Professor Melton for her moderation, and all the dear participants. Thank you very much for being here and taking part. I know time is important, and we had so many questions going on, and a lovely collaboration was happening. So hopefully I'm not going to take that much time, and I will try to be on time for the other three speakers so you can take the most and make the most of it. So
Yeah,
until
yes, we
now,
will
I
have,
guess.
sorry, Dr. Mubina, thank you so
Yes,
much.
yes.
We will
You're
have,
welcome.
we can ask just one or two questions, then we will have general discussion at the end of the workshop in which all questions will be welcomed.
Sure, sure. So until now, I guess we all have a picture and idea of what is ESP. I would like you to just in the chat box, well, we all know it looks like a simple question, and until now we know that grammatically when we look at it, it's easy and it's simple, but why does ESP create debate, questioning and argument, and why do you think that it has generated extensive discussion among scholars and a lot of other colleagues and fellow workers? So in the chat box, would you please just type your ideas for me? Until now, I guess you have had a lot of ideas. Let's just go through a few of the ideas. What is ESP and why is it a debate? Why has it made a discussion? No one yet? One.
Can I say why?
Sure. Why not? Go ahead.
Why it has generated the exceptional discussion, because we still know just about a theory, we can discuss it, yet again, when it comes to practice, let's say nobody or rarely few people do teach ESP as it should be, because it requires that preparation, etc.
Exactly. Thank you so much. So yes, ESP concentrates more on language in context than teaching grammar and language structures. Thank you. One of the participants has replied that. And yeah, when we say it's a debate and we are talking about debate, well, I'm going to come with the early days. Why has it made a debate? Well, based on the early days, we will start with that the first stage was that ESP practitioners believed that, okay, we would teach a list of vocabularies to our learners. If it was nursing, business, IT, computing, anything, they would be given, it was easy, they would be given a list of vocabularies and okay, that's it. But unfortunately, that wasn't it. So this was the first early stages, the theory that all my wonderful colleagues were talking about that we need to put into practice. So as Kenley and Boltho 1984 expressed it, it was just giving them the vocabularies. But then we moved on, and Swell's 1990 came to that, okay, we need more. We need sub-technical vocabularies. We need to teach them phrases. We need to teach them what is surrounding everything and what is there actually. So still we needed more. We kept kept going through the theories. So the next stage, as you can see, was we reflected. ESP practitioners came into the analysis, came to analyze different things, need analysis, discourse analysis. And as Johns and Dole in 1993 put it, we came to put into different parts of need analysis in different things. So we are gradually moving to the part that we need to pay attention to the learners, to our audience, what they need. So far ahead later, discourse, genre analysis, and linguistic corpora became to be known in this field. And we right now, as we know, is that we need to have it practical. How? We have to first analyze the discourse, the genre, what our audience actually needs. So when we talk about what they need and all these let's say, theories that we are going through. Now we need to put these into practice. Okay, the question is how? What do we do? So you all had I guess there was a question like this before in one of the workshops. Would you please just type in the chat box challenges that you've been facing in ESP? What's hard, or even you don't have a class, no worries. What do you think you will be facing? What challenges will you be facing in, let's say, the next class that you are going to have? Selection of material, thank you very much. Level of learners, wonderful. Yes, I agree, totally agree. Anything else? Finding right teaching materials, designing the course, exactly, wonderful. Yes, lack of training, thank you, PDs. We need professional development, we need each other, we need to learn from each other. Language used by learners, excellent, their proficiency, time is always important, thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. So now what I'm going to put into is that the most important thing that we face are, as you said, the important parts. Students come to university with a level of proficiency that doesn't match. Now we are going to teach them ESP, but okay, their level of proficiency doesn't match. So we need prerequisite, we need while training for them. Students root memorization. They can't apply what they have. They know a lot of words, maybe they know a list of medical words, they know a list of let's say business. As I was teaching business and medical students, they knew the words, the terminology was okay, they knew them, but they couldn't apply them, they couldn't compare, they couldn't infer, they couldn't relate them to each other. They came from school usually teacher-centered, but then they come to a different environment. They have a limited background knowledge. They choose their topic, they choose their major. They want to be an engineer, they want to be a businessman, they want to work in a bank, but they have not gone through any websites, they have not gone through any journals, they have not gone through the important parts that they want to know. What's happening? What is it? What's in IT? What's in business? What's in medical studies? They study for grades and they want to pass. Their reading is slow. No matter what we teach them, no matter what we are telling them, they are just going through lectures without listening to the exact things that they need to grab and put into practice. And sometimes, unfortunately, they're reluctant. So what's the solution? What can we do? I guess it's a matter of prioritizing. ESP teachers have stages. As we said, the stages of ESP, the theory, I think we as teachers should go through the same stages. Back in 2010, when I was teaching IT students, it was nearly the first couple of years I was teaching ESP at that time. And I went exactly through the same stages of the early ESP theories. List of vocabularies I gave them, they got bored. Okay, they knew the words. Then I gave them sub words around the words, go through it, inferring, skimming, scanning. Okay, no use. They couldn't. Then I came to the part that, okay, the discourse analysis, needs analysis, what do they need? In what culture are they? What country are they? What, let's say, nationality are they? And where are they going to use it? If they're studying ESP, are they going to use it in Algeria? If they're studying ESP, are they going to use it in Iran? So at that time when I was teaching in Iran, and I was teaching ESP, it was totally different from now that in Oman, they want to use that English. So the workplace is very important and how we are, let's say, conveying that to them. So I would put it as a 21st century trend, that what is important to take into consideration. What we need to take into consideration, first of all, is the learner's proficiency level. As you all said, proficiency level is important. The students' background knowledge, what have they studied? Have they studied about, let's say, business, medicine, or IT? Are they going through these informations in their, let's say, intensive reading, or are they doing it for pleasure to know these things? Students' goals and interests. Okay, if they are students, they're studying ESP, they are business students, where are they going to work? They're going to work in a bank. Okay, we need to take them into a bank. They should know, they should see videos, they should be able to understand a YouTube video about banking when that's happening. So this is the part that the course should be based on in English, but where we need to see their needs. So what students will do, they will go into the job market. Okay, where is the job market? Is this job market in Algeria? Is this job market in Iran? Is this job market in Oman? Is it in Turkey? How are they going to use this English? So based on when we are saying need analysis, when we are saying discourse analysis, it refers to the context. It refers to where they are going to use it. So the latest developments are important, how we engage them in it. Now, I would say that the 21st century ESP spectrum, as all of you lovely colleagues have been talking about it, would be the appropriateness, authentic language, discourse, communities, and the cooperation, the culture, which all of these would be in an umbrella branch, and the need analysis would be important. So, okay, ESP is not simply teaching vocabularies, as we said. So we do not just go through, let's say, vocabularies. They need to be familiar with phrases. Phrases like, if we are saying that, what does X mean? If, for example, what X means is Y, okay, they need to know this expression. Or if A does B and then B causes C, they need to know this, and they should be able to infer and understand the definition in a practical way rather than just follow the terms and terminology. Or if there are, if we are teaching business, it's the authentic letters, faxes, memos. Well, we have the Globe Net, which is wonderful. We can find everything, and this will help us. So we shouldn't assume based on our intuition. We shouldn't just assume what we learned 10 or 15 years ago would be the same. For example, I remember a formal letter. I taught my learners formal business letter, punctuation, address, the sender, and all these things. And then when they were in the real actual sending, they were sending letters from Iran to France. And the interesting thing was they didn't even use punctuation. And it wasn't important that much to pay attention to that punctuations that I was actually teaching them. So this is where the need analysis comes. This is where the context, the culture, and where they're going to use it. We as, let's say, professionals and practitioners need to understand this, where it's coming from, what are they going to use it, and where they're going to use it. So as a ESP professionalist and a professional, I would say we should be unique. It's very important to have it first in the market, test it and be authentic. We must be prepared to find how language is used in the real world, in situations, in the discourse genre. We must be ready to develop our own curriculum. Yes, it's hard, I agree. It's time consuming. It will take a lot of effort. Well done, more power to all of you out there trying your best. But the most important is that we naturally we can prepare ourselves even with different things, materials aside. But as one of our dear participants said, training, professional development opportunities will help us a lot. So ESP in English, let's say English instructions based on actual immediate learners who have to successfully, let's say, not just pass a course, but be in real life, and they have to relate it to what they're doing. So I would say when we are doing the need analysis, we should take into account our audience. We should take into account the context we are in and all the things that we need to be ready to develop the course that is authentic for that specific field. Now, I would like you to reflect for a few minutes, and in the chat box, please, answer the two questions. How do you adapt the 21st century ESP spectrum in your classrooms, and what are your 21st century ESP trends? Or even if you are not in the ESP classroom right now, what would you predict your trends and ESP, let's say, spectrum would be like? Please type in the chat box. Let's exchange ideas. So how would you do it? What would you do? What do you think would be the most important for you? No one. Okay. I think there's no answers. One answer would be enough, so we could reflect on it. No trends, no spectrum.
Can we say, dear Mobina, Dr. Mobina, can say that use of technology, I mean, we can enrich our ESP classes with different types of technologies.
Exactly, thank you.
The
technology part.
These are Z generation students. They are called digital natives. I mean, they are already born into a world of technology. So they like to be taught with them as well, because their technology is part of their life.
Exactly, yes, and as our colleagues and participants are saying, the multi-level classes is important because unfortunately the level is not balanced. So it's very important to involve the learners based on their level. Yes, creating authentic situations and technology, and yes, call and mobile apps. Thank you very much. The use of technology would be the most, I think, attractive for them. So I would
one more thing is that I would like to add, dear Dr. Mobina, by the help of technology, today one can create more authentic learning environments for our students. We can make it because, for example, think of a metaverse environment, okay? In a metaverse environment, you can be in a context just like in a real life situation, okay? So that this will help us to teach in that context in a more effective way. So they are great help to us. to not only to motivate and attract our students, but to enrich our way of teaching. But of course, technology by itself is not enough. We need the methods as well.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you,
My
Dr.
pleasure.
Mohammed. And thank you very much for your attention, and thank you for being part of this wonderful event. I hope you make the most of the other three wonderful speeches. If there's any questions, I'm at your service.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Mobina, again. Thanks for this talk. I can't see any questions. Let's check on the comments. Yeah, and the replies to your question. So maybe you can type your email address that
Sure, I will.
reach you after
Sure,
the
thank
event.
Thank you very much.
Professor Matam, I have
Yes,
a
please.
question. Yeah. It's question and even a kind of comment, because it's very important. I was really attracted by the title of Dr. Mobina about teaching English in the 21st century. Unfortunately, I always tell my students that ESP has appeared in the 1960s, yet we still do not practice ESP as it should be. Means that nearly 60 years or more, and we still teach ESP exactly like EGP. And looking for the reasons behind this, we have observed that ESP teaching requires much effort to be taught as it should be. Some teachers lack training, some teachers do not have really some theoretical background, they ignore the principles of ESP teaching, etc. However, if we do, for example, when I teach, I'm teaching didactics of teaching ESP, I know about all the principles, but when I move to another department, I really feel that I have to make not only double effort, but much effort to design one course or two courses. It is not really an easy task. And let me say that I have proposed to my students when I was teaching about the different tasks the ESP practitioner should perform. I proposed for the government for the salary of the ESP practitioner, it should exceed that of the EGP teacher, due to the different roles he's supposed to perform. Maybe it's going to be kind of motivation.
Yes. Yeah, of course, because we need to move on from theory and we have to get to practice through all of these things, because we can't just stop in theory and just talking about it and not implement it. So the implementation is much more important.
Thank you, Dr. Mobina. I just noticed a question. I missed that. Now I can ask you. HDADK, I don't know the name, but he asked, I apologize for interrupting, but what is the difference between a course design based on the needs of learner and a course designed on an analyze details? Yes.
Analyze details. Okay, well, when we look into the needs, first of all, the needs would be, let's say, the course, the context, the country, the culture, where they're going to use it. So we're taking all of this into account, and we are totally trying to see what they're doing, what they want to use it. So, okay, if we are going to use, for example, I'll go back to business, like memos, letters, business letters, marketing, they want to write reports. So this is important, that where are they going to use it? And let's say all of these would go back into the content and the need analysis. So we need to integrate these two. Sometimes we can't separate them. As I remember, there was another question about ESP and EMI, which I agree with Dr. Fazia that it should be integrated. It's an umbrella branch. Sometimes it's an umbrella branch, and then we integrate all of these, and then we design our curriculum.
Okay, thank you.
I love you, Mobina.
You're most welcome.
Thank you.
And there is another question. How could we create authentic learning environments in non-English speaking contexts?
Okay, that's a very good question. Iran is a non-English context. Oman is a non-English context. And I've worked in both. Now here, what's important? they love the technology. They're digital people. We first have to bring them into the interest. If they are studying IT, business, if they're studying engineering, okay, why did you choose this? Now that you've chosen this, you need the English. You need to use the English in the context. So I would say, again, our best friend, Google, has the most important, most useful and efficient things that we need. We just need to write the keywords and bring it out. So I always tell my friends, my colleagues, and my students, Google is our best friend. And nowadays, everything is there. The only thing we cannot Google is, where is my mom? That's it.
Yes. Is there any other participants who want to ask? If not, I am going to go with the next keynote speaker. Thank you again.
There's another question. Someone has raised his hand, Professor
Yeah,
Nader. Yes.
but I already read his question in the chat box, so I think there
Yes.
is no question.
All right.
Okay.
Have a
so,
wonderful time. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Same for us. Thanks for joining. Okay. Now our next keynote speaker is from Turkey, Dr. Ali Eraslan. He is a professor at the Department of English Language Teaching at Alaaddin Keykubat University in Antalya. Very, very beautiful seaside city. Okay, it's from Turkey, as I said, and he's going to be talking about an evaluation of ESP program studies in Turkey. He's also a member of Learning and Teaching Innovations Research and Development Group, which I am the president. This is an international research and development group. With this opportunity, I want to briefly say this. Also, we invite all international researchers to our group, isn't it, Dr. Ali?
Yes, I totally agree, Dr. Meltem. Thank you very much for this great organization and all the participants who have been here. And as you have stated, I'm going to talk about the ESP-related studies conducted in Turkey. So let me just start without losing time if you don't have any questions.
You can share your presentation, dear professor, if you have. Yeah, we can see. Yeah, we can see it.
All right. All right. Thank you very much. So let me start. I'm just going to present a study that I conducted related to ESP program studies in Turkey. All right. So let's look at the case in general. Although all these matters have been elaborated in the previous sessions, before the widespread use of English as a lingua franca, or before the popularity of English as a world language, it was only taught as a general course, okay, with no occupational or individual purposes. But at the moment, because it has become a lingua franca due to globalization, different needs and expectations of the students, learners came out, and these are related to these needs and expectations were related to academic, occupational, or specific purposes of the individuals. And so what led to these needs and expectations? So how these needs and expectations came out? Because of the growth of international business around the world. So increased occupational mobility across countries and nations, and also international educational opportunities were the sources of these needs and the expectations. And in fact, all these needs were somehow related to language were related to language. So the demands, the needs, expectations, and the requirements gave expansion to one aspect of English language teaching worldwide. That is, English was thought as a general, from the general perspective, but depending on these needs, it became the need, it has turned out to be a teaching from general English to the teaching of English for specific purposes. And within this context, I mean, in the ESP context, there are different profiles, learner profiles, because the demand for ESP comes from the learners and their work-related or occupational academic-related needs. And let's cover this from these learner profiles, that some of the ESP learners are the ones who already have a basic degree in terms of general English, or they have passed a proficiency exam in English. And those students are the ones who wish to pursue learning English for particular reasons concerning their jobs or target aims or goals. And there are also other students, individuals working in business or commerce for conducting business transactions. And also, as another learner profile, students at universities receiving ESP for their departmental or future vocational or occupational needs. So as you have already, the previous presenters have already talked about the significance of needs for ESP. So the learner's needs is the ground, or it's a guide for the design of the ESP programs, ESP curricula, and the selection of the course materials. So depending on the needs, the kind of English to be taught, the content, the topics, or the themes are organized, and taking the target needs into consideration. So what about in Turkey? I just want to draw a general picture of Turkey, the case of Turkey here. In fact, at the moment in Turkey, there are a total of 209 universities. So there is a mixture of state universities, foundation universities, and private universities. And the number of the universities in Turkey, in fact, doubled or tripled, in fact, after the year 2000, okay? And in most state and private universities, as well as foundation universities, ESP courses are offered depending on the departments. And university education in Turkey can be, in terms of the medium of instruction, can be categorized into three sections, such as Turkish medium instruction, which is very low in number, and English medium instruction in very high-ranking universities, and more recently, in general, mixed medium Turkish and English instruction, and generally, ESP courses are within the EMI context. So how did the students receive English education in general? So in most universities, there is 1 year intense prep education, English language education. So after completing this prep education, students start to take their courses in their departments. Or if the program has no prep education for the students, they receive only general English for 2 semesters, generally at the first year of their education. And also, there are students who have general English first, then receive vocational English that we can regard as ESP. And with the significance attached to ESP, institutions and universities in higher education either opened new programs or updated the curricula of the existing departments based on the ESP. And because of the high number of universities opened after the year 2000, lots of research studies were conducted to investigate ESP-related aspects in Turkey. And the ESP studies were mainly dependent on, the focus of these studies in general were related to course design, curriculum development and implementation, or the ones analyzing the learners and the instructors, ESP instructors' needs, vocational needs of the learners, and employers' needs or expectations from the employees that are the students who are going to become an active participant in this field in the future. And the studies that focused on learners' motivation and attitude towards ESP courses, a primacy of communication skills, and stress on 4 language skills. These are in general. But in this study, the aim is to gain insight into the research trends in ESP studies conducted in Turkey, and to gain mainly insight into the weaknesses and the obstacles in the implementation, and to give feedback to the curriculum developers and instructors about the, or policymakers about the issues encountered in ESP curriculum and curriculum implementation, and to have a holistic insight into the implementation of the various ESP curricula in Turkey. So based on these aims, I had 2 research questions. The first is what are the surface structure features of the published ESP research article studies in Turkey in terms of year distribution, research areas, and vocational fields? And the second question is, what are the identified weaknesses and obstacles in the effective implementation of ESP in higher education, in universities or in institutions? I want to tell you here that in this study, in fact, there are some limitations. I only focused on the published articles. In fact, other than these, there are postdoctoral and post-bachelor studies, but I have not included them in the study because I've only focused on the studies published as the articles. So in this study, an integrative literature review was adopted as in the within the qualitative approach, and I made use of the articles as the document analysis, and the documents that were gathered were conducted to content analysis. So in gathering the documents, I used lots of different platforms using a number of keyword combinations that are going to take place in the title and in the abstract part of these studies, such as ESP plus Turkey, English for Specific Purposes plus Turkey, ESP curriculum Turkey, and other variations that you can see. And these keywords were used in Google Scholar, university library databases in Turkey, Dergi Park, which is a platform for Turkish scholars that publish, that is home to lots of different journals, Academia Edu, ResearchGate, Clarivate, Scopus, and ERIT databases. So let's look at the findings based on these research questions. So the first research questions aimed at understanding the surface structure features of the ESP related studies in Turkey. So if you look at the year distribution of ESP studies, we can see that in fact the studies were mainly gained significance after year 2010. And it really increased in 2021. I have not included the ones conducted in 2022, in fact. So if we think that, because the year is not over at the moment, although we are at the very end of this year, I think the number of the studies really increased compared to 2021. So there is an increase, as we can see, in terms of the ESP studies conducted in Turkey based on the year. And the research areas in these studies were mainly needs analysis, ESP teaching and learning process, teacher and student perceptions and evaluations regarding the courses, ESP curriculum development and course design, and review articles. So within the scope of this study, I have included 27 different articles in these research areas, and the highest number of the studies are based on needs analysis and ESP teaching and learning process. And also I can say that teacher and student perceptions or evaluations regarding the ESP courses or ESP programs are also high in number. So vocational fields in ESP studies, as you can see, that there were studies conducted in the field of fine arts, business administration, flight and transportation, engineering, international relations and political sciences, tourism, mostly tourism, I can say, tourism and hospitality services, civil aviation, electric and energy, health services, medical services, banking, business administration, aviation management, civil aviation, cabin services. And what do these studies tell in terms of the identified weaknesses of the ESP programs in Turkey? So I'm going to analyze these depending on the research areas that needs analysis, ESP teaching and learning process, etc. So based on the needs analysis studies, the identified weaknesses of ESP programs in Turkey show that there is a great mismatch regarding students, instructors and employers' needs in ESP programs. So the students' identified needs and the instructors' identified needs, or the employers' stated or identified needs, do not really mismatch, as the studies show. And also there is an imbalance in terms of teaching 4 language skills in these programs, and also the sub-skills that are specific to the field in terms of the occupational purposes in comparison to students' field-related needs, as I said. Instructors' lack of cooperation with the other stakeholders in terms of defining the needs or having a consensus, common consensus in terms of what needs are there in this field and what they are going to, how they are going to implement them. And also a lack of appropriate course materials, not designed based on the needs of the learners in terms of the text, multimedia tools, etc., to meet the students' needs. An ESP course syllabus was regarded as insufficient by the students in addressing their academic and professional needs. So I have to clarify here is that there are studies who just tell the reverse, but I'm only focusing on the ones that reflect the weaknesses, existing weaknesses. Okay, so in the studies, in those studies that are included in this study, in this presentation, these are the ones that only highlight the existing obstacles and the weaknesses that can be addressed in terms of course design or curriculum development. And the identified weaknesses regarding the ESP teaching and learning show that there are some weaknesses in the process of ESP teaching and learning. So in 3 different categories: the problems arising from the ESP students, or the weaknesses arising from the ESP students, ESP instructors, and the ones arising from the ESP program itself or the implementation of the program. So if we look at the learners from this perspective, it is stated in these studies that learners lack basic English skills, and they are not well prepared for the special language training. Learners with, or there are learners with varying proficiency levels, and this makes it difficult to tailor the instruction to meet all their needs. And the characteristics of the learners, different characteristics of the learners with different expectations and needs, limit the instructors to address complex language skills, and this leads to teaching of basic English. So what happens in the studies? It is stated that, in fact, this is not only related to the learners, but I can say that the studies or the authors in these studies claim that when the course instructors have learners with low motivation or inhibitants or not really interested in the course, what they do, instead of teaching ESP, they just turn these courses into general English courses. And students' lack of motivation and lack of awareness in terms of the significance of ESP courses also limit the effective implementation of the ESP courses. And there are also problems arising from the ESP instructors. I think this is one of the most important parts here. It is stated in these studies that there are ESP instructors lack motivation, so they have low motivations and low self-efficacy. The reason for this low efficacy is because that I also had this experience. I just want to explain you this. When I was attended to university, when I was hired as a lecturer, English language lecturer to the university at first, I was appointed to a vocational high school. And in this vocational high school, some ESP related courses were given to me. I had to offer these courses, but I didn't have any previous content knowledge about these courses. I didn't have any experience, and I just needed to compensate this gap by reading lots of different articles. At that time, I hadn't completed my PhD education. I just became very aware of these realities after I had completed my PhD education, because in my PhD education process, I had taken 2 ESP courses. And let me continue. This is the case for most of the academics in Turkey offering ESP courses. And low contextual knowledge, lack of professional development programs offered in teacher education, inexperience in ESP teaching, lack of adequate instructional materials for different fields, and lack of awareness in the field-specific needs. So these are the weaknesses arising from the ESP instructors. It's not limited to these, because there are other problems. Limited access to specialized teacher training. So the instructors, in fact, should be given prior teacher training before they offer these ESP courses. And they have difficulties with subject area terminology. And it is seen that Turkish instructors are very frustrated with this situation and the faulty system. I mean, a faulty system in higher education in terms of hiring the language instructors or lecturers and offering them or sharing ESP-related courses with them, because the inexperienced ones really gain their experience through the process, but at this process, we lose our students. And it is also seen that ESP instructors generally use general grammar texts rather than focusing on the subject area language skills. And there are also some weaknesses or obstacles stemming from the program design and stemming from the implementation of these ESP courses. So there are some institutional problems. For example, poor planning or pre-planned syllabus. There is a ready-made syllabus, and this is just given to the instructors, and they are asked to implement this in the classroom. So poor planning, poor management, and overcrowded classrooms. A lack of consistency in the curricula, leading to confusion about what is going to be taught. Limited access to appropriate teaching materials. And course design based on grammar, lacking for language skills use, and overemphasis on one language skills. For example, in this study, I have seen that in Turkey, overemphasized language skill was reading in the classroom. And speaking and listening skills were mostly neglected. And lack of technology use in the implementation of the ESP programs are the weaknesses that arise from the ESP design and implementation. However, there are also other ones, such as mismatch between course outcomes and assessment, which is crucial, very crucial, because the course outcomes and the assessment type do not match with each other. So, and generally, if the course outcomes address the students' target needs, assessment may not really, or the assessment type may not really match with the students' target needs. Curriculum or course design not addressing to meet the students' needs, their learning styles and perceptions, as well as our other stakeholders' expectations and views. So who are these other expectations? The stakeholders in the target situation, I mean the employers or the administrators, faculty deans, program designers, etc. And ESP programs, although the ESP curricula is dependent on the students' needs, still we see in these studies that most of the courses are teacher-centered. And as I told before, lack of clear learning goals and keeping the standards. So as a conclusion, we can state that as an overall evaluation, there are limited but growing number of ESP-related studies after opening new universities in Turkey. ESP curriculum design generally fails to take learners' needs into consideration. In the departments or in the institutions that are pre-planned or ready-made course designs and ESP program syllabus. So this is generally not taking the students' needs into consideration. There are weaknesses regarding effective ESP teaching that stem from the learners, ESP instructors and ESP program design, lack of materials and classroom equipment, class size, and lack of in-service training are the generally identified weaknesses identified by the ESP-related studies conducted in Turkey. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear Dr. Ali Eraslan. Thanks for this noteworthy presentation, your talk. Actually, this revived my memories of teaching ESP to hairdressing students of me. I was just handed in a few pages by the senior teacher who was teaching this ESP to that group of students for years. He told me, just teach these, okay, teach these. But what I had in my hand was that a few pages from a resource, another page, some other pages from another resource. I was just a junior teacher, okay, lecturer. I just started, so I was in a panic. So it just revived my memories about that. I think this is something we all of us experience somehow, the lack of resources, especially authentic materials. There's not a good planning, okay, teachers, as you said, self-efficacy problems. So that's why today we gathered here, and you also made a good analysis of the review of literature about the research studies about ESP. And I can see that what the titles we talk today are matching with your analysis results. So dear Dr. Uefa, so I can thank you again. So you gathered people here with the right titles to tell us, to present us. So this is really a very, very informative and very nice event. Dr. Ali Eraslan Hocam, we call Hocam the professors in Turkey. So we have, let's see if we have a questions. Dear participants, if you can ask by unmuting yourself. I can see some comments, but not a specific question. Yeah, if you have a question, you can raise your hand. I can see Dr. Uefa has a question. Yes, please.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Ali, for enriching this international workshop and for accepting my invitation. Well, I can see exactly in your evaluation, it's nearly the same situation that we are facing here in Algeria. So we are gathered here to find some practical solutions. And when we say training, how can we put into application such a training? I mean, when I have attempted to make such initiative at the level of my university for organizing training for teachers, everybody started to say, oh, well, I know much about ESP. I know all the theoretical backgrounds. It's something easy that we know, but they say it's going to be in a form of workshops on showing how to conduct needs analysis, how to, practically speaking, design a course. And this is exactly what I try to do for my learners, since there is no ESP master holders who are supposed to be sent to teach in non-English departments. So as an attempt, I mean, it's a kind of solution for whether here to be applied, whether here in Algeria or in Turkey or in different parts of the world. I'm doing for the first semester for my students, it's all about theory. How to teach ESP, grammar in ESP, what type of vocabulary that should be taught in ESP, real content and career content in ESP. Then in the second, needs analysis, importance of the needs analysis, the types of tools or instruments to be conducted in needs analysis. Then in the second semester, I attempt to take some of the students, I mean, each time a group of students to see at the a non-English departments, for instance, computing, biology, to conduct practically needs analysis, and then to try to design a sample lecture. I'm not saying a course, a whole course, but sample lecture. And this was really effective. I mean, instead of talking just about training, and I didn't really find it practical and it hasn't been applied anywhere. I was really making some research to find a training program for ESP practitioners, but unfortunately didn't find any. It's just a kind of comment and a piece of advice that can be helpful to improve the teaching of ESP and to have real effective ESP practitioners.
I totally agree with you, Dr. Ufa. Thank you very much. Dr. Meltem Hocam, I just want to give you a very, although I have explained it, but the first time I was appointed to university as an English lecturer, the first course I had to teach was about foreign trading. Okay, so I had no idea about this field, okay? Nothing, just exactly nothing. And
hairdressing, okay, I can make it well maybe, but I am not an expert on hairdressing, okay? So almost a similar experience we had, isn't it? Trading.
Yes. So it was just like this, because in our teaching, teacher education programs, we only received to be a teacher of the general English, not for specific fields, not for the ESP. So Dr. Ofa, so there are some solutions that I can provide for this. For example, maybe the teacher education programs need to be revised, because in the employment of the English language teachers, both in state schools or in universities, in academic settings, etc., we are not only offering general English, in fact, because although we are educating teachers for general English teaching, but the other side of this reality is that they have to offer ESP-related courses, but they receive no education in English language teaching training programs. This is the first reality. Maybe this is the one that should be corrected first. And the second, if they are employed in higher education institutions or universities, for example, as a general English language lecturer, if I'm appointed to a university, regardless of being a state university or private university, etc., and if I'm going to offer courses, this should be pre-planned, okay? And I should receive, or the ones who are going to ESP instructors need to receive instruction, professional development courses or trainings or workshops that we are doing, like the ones we are doing, like the one we are doing at the moment, etc. So a subject area knowledge should be considered as much as important the language teaching skills, okay? And training should be offered in terms of the discipline-specific fields with the correct terminology use and depending on the register and the discourse of the target community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ali Hocam. Thank you for this explanations. Now we have some questions in the chat box. Let's go on one by one. Iklas Haji asks, when it comes to the needs of learners, what should we do to deal with the quite distinct levels and needs of students of ESP? Especially when the teachers teach in non-English departments and they have no say in suggesting that students with similar levels should be grouped in the same class to facilitate the task of teaching them ESP. Then I'm going to get Belkıs Ayat's question. She's raising a hand and we will go on. Yes, Ali Hocam.
Hocam, I can say that, in fact, we have lots of we need lots of improvements in terms of such plannings. I think we have way too much to go, okay, in terms of ESP education. As we have seen, there are lots of problems. The first, the needs in terms of identifying the needs of the students, yes, our participants is quite correct because we have no saying about their needs. So then generally, because of this pre-planned curriculum or pre-planned ready-made curricula or the program design, we just assume that these are the needs of the students. This is just an assumption, in fact. We are not truly informed, or we cannot really truly identify needs. For what should we do? We have to conduct our own needs analysis in the classroom. I think this is one of the ways that we can individually do and conduct a needs analysis and identify their needs in general and try to tailor these needs based on the program outcomes. Maybe rather than, I'm not really sure about saying this, I have some questions in my mind, but might be, we don't really need to stick to one specific curricula. We have to tailor it to the students' needs, okay? So, for example, in prep classes in Turkey, there is a very strict program that all instructors need to follow, all right? Again, another one, for example, in Turkey, I'm not sure if this really exists in other countries, but there is a great mismatch, which is invisible, and people are looking at this issue from different perspectives. For example, while opening prep education, departments generally decide to open prep education 1 year intense prep education for their departmental concerns. For example, if biology department agrees to educate their students in English regarding biology, so they expect the students are going to learn the terminology or the jargon used in biology, so such as cells, blood, acids, etc. But when they come to prep schools, the aim of prep schools is not to educate the students with the field-specific language. This is this is a crucial part in education in Turkey, because the prep education is dependent on teaching general English, not for specific English, but departments generally plan this based on their departmental needs. So maybe in this case, the course instructors may spare extra time for their students to give field-specific language or that the students are going to need in their departments. And I had worked at School of Foreign Languages as the administrator, and one of the complaints that I received from the department heads was that, yes, you educate our students, but they come to our department with no English regarding our program. And I always stated that this is not about us. Okay, this is about the Higher Education Council in Turkey, because they ask us to only offer general English, not specific English. Okay, so as we stated, maybe teachers in the classroom can apply their own needs analysis studies and tailor their courses based on this, and maybe just make some changes in the program. These are the things that comes to my mind.
Thank you, Ali Hocam. This is very, very informative, your explanation. Thank you very much. Now, Belkis Ayat is raising her hand. Can you please ask your question?
Well,
okay.
Yeah, indeed, I have a question. It's like I'm still a student in English stream. However, Sir Ali, he provided a very important point that the lack of competence for teachers in the field that they are teaching can be a shortcoming of ESP teaching. In fact, the state in Algeria is not much different, as Dr. Wafa had already said. However, I want just to ask if he can provide us with a practical solution that we can do as teacher or students of ESP that we can do, or help us to overcome this shortcoming in the future. And thank you very much.
And thank you very much, Dr. Ayat. So, as you have stated, I think in Middle Eastern countries such as Algeria or Turkey, etc., these are the neighboring countries, and the problem is the problem in such non-native countries are the same. All right, so it is not, in fact, totally related to the ESP learners or the ESP instructors. I think this is the problem of the system in the implementation of the ESP courses or in the ESP design. So individually, we can do things in a limited perspective, okay? So what we can do, it's going to become individual efforts of the instructors and trying to motivate the students in the classroom regarding the significance of it. However, what I also suggest is that, for example, I don't know the case in Algeria, but in Turkey, the students are placed into universities based on their national exam grades, okay? And most of them just try to choose a program depending on their own success or point that they have received in this national exam. So what they do, they just look at their points and the programs that they can be placed into, and they just choose these programs, okay? And without really having a clear purpose in their minds. This is a general problem in Turkey. And so they are not, as in my study, it is shown that students are not really aware of the target needs in their departments, okay, of their target situation. So what can we do? Maybe we can turn their awareness, we can evoke their awareness by calling someone from this field to the classroom, maybe giving some trainings, or the ones such as career development, for example. There are in most of the universities, there are career development courses, etc. And maybe we can call some important figures or the ones working in that field and explaining about the needs, their needs, or the significance of their English in that field, etc. Also, what we can do, maybe we have to consider all the stakeholders in a way, so that we can have an agreement in terms of what we are going to offer, what the students are going to need in their fields, and what they expect. These all have been covered in previous sessions, in fact, but in terms of clear practical solutions, I think individual efforts are going to be limited. This is a whole systematic problem, I think, with all layers.
Thank you, Ali Hocam. Now we have a question from a student. He asks, Dekari Huda, she or he, sorry if I'm confusing or if I'm wrong. As a student, I depend only on the teacher. I don't basically do any efforts, also lack of practice due to number of students in class. A motivational workshop like this one could change students' minds in general. This workshop brings me closer to understanding where to put my focus on. This, I think. So my question is, if you could give a piece of advice to a student on learning and helping a teacher progress in his lesson, what should it be? I think the rest is missing. Yes.
So I totally agree. So, for example, the value of this workshop, this is a very valuable workshop because it is raising our awareness into the specialty of ESP and the problems that what we need to do, the theory and practice imbalance, etc. And the students are the ones who need to benefit most from the ESP courses, but generally we see them, they are not, I mean, in Turkish case I'm only talking about, but it seems that we are losing them. So what can they do? First of all, they can have, if they can set clear objectives or clear goals in their minds and try to compensate the language related gaps by their individual efforts. I'm not only talking about the individual efforts, but also forcing the ESP instructors or the curriculum designers or the administrators in terms of increasing the quality of education. I'm sure some steps can be, or some precautions can be taken. Because if the students show no demand in terms of such things, the instructors also continue, because this study showed this, the instructors just prefer to continue with general English teaching rather than ESP teaching. So the students need to highlight their demands and force the teachers, their course instructors, and individually they have to search for ways to learn their field-specific languages.
It will also help them in their career in the future,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah.
So, dear Al-Sadish Ali asked a very general question, actually, but now he is raising his hand. He can ask maybe, because I can see in the chat box, he already asked, who is the right ESP teacher? Yes, Al-Sadish Ali, we are listening to you.
Yes, hello. Thank you very much for this talented, brilliant presentation, actually. You know, one of the big problems we face here in the Middle East, example in Sudan, our country, we face that people tackle ESP, or they tackle ESP as a general English course, the same. In terms of syllabus design, either product-oriented syllabi or process-oriented syllabi. And this is a big problem. Another problem, it seems to me, that is when we tackle with the ESP teacher, the field-related teacher, it became a disaster. That is to say, if you teach ESP for a student who majored in biology, you are not supposed to be a biology teacher. Why is that? Because actually ESP is set for the learner to obtain comprehensive mastery of English required by the field. That is to say, the function of ESP is the functional perspective rather than to be structural perspective. Because we have two views to tackle language, either to deal with the language as a tool or to deal with the language and as an object. If you deal with the language as an object, that means you indulge yourself in grammar, structure, vocabulary, and the language common core. But if you tackle with the language ESP course as a tool, this is the purpose of English for a specific purpose. What is the benefit of English for a specific purpose? By the end of the course, at the target needs, we expected the student to use the language in a communication. That is to say, we reach a community competence in terms of grammatical, in terms of social, in terms of strategical. The most important point seemed to me to consider the three dimensions of ESP. Linguistic dimension in terms to create community value. Social dimension to create what is called interpersonal communication. Topic value. By topic value, we mean what the subject matter of the course. If you teach biology, that means you have a topic. A big problem I see here, or in our country, for example, Sudan, I don't know what about Turkey and Algeria, I have no idea. The big problem is that when they compile a textbook, They don't consider a special scopus. They don't use scopus. They don't use what is called John Dewey taxonomy. So they make randomly selected material as a non-authentic text. Lastly, the most important point, it seemed to me, I don't know what about the doctor agreed with me or not. The most important key elements in ESP is to focus on the occasion. By occasion, we mean, why does the learner want this English course? For example, if you study biology, that means you need to communicate using biology register or biological discourse and using language as a tool. Another point, what sample of language do we teach in the course? Lastly, what kind of lexical density? By lexical density, I focus on jargon and agua of particular field. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, dear Ali. Both Alis are here discussing. So, Dr. Ali, would you like to answer?
Yes, I totally agree. Thank you very much, Dr. Ali. I totally agree with you. With these, for example, you stated, you talked about materials lacking addressing the students' needs or the target needs, etc., and the occasional situations, etc. I all agree with you about this. I all agree.
So, is there any other question?
Yeah, but I guess that we prefer to keep such questions at the end, just after the last presentation, if you don't mind.
Okay, now
because Dr. Ali is tired now after the presentation. We give you some rest and we will discuss just after the last presentation. Thank you, Dr. Ali. Thank you.
So now we have our last keynote speaker. Actually, we had another, but Professor Dr. Dr. Ufa, can you please pronounce it? Professor Dr. Umishe?
Professor Wahmish Ghania, yeah, from Orange University.
I think she is going to, she already sent her presentation, PowerPoint
right.
presentation.
Yeah, because she's organizing an international conference. She has apologized, yet she sent a PowerPoint presentation and audio recording. It will be shared in the chat box, okay?
Okay, thank you. So we are going on now with Dr. Fauzia Rouge, my dear friend as well. So she's from Setif University, Algeria, okay? She's going to talk about learning needs that ESP teachers overlook, the necessity to conduct them by hook or by crook. Dr. Fauzia? Hello?
Fauzia is here, I guess.
Yeah, I used to be here all the time. She was here. Yes. Also, Belkis Ayat asks, can we have a copy of the presentations? So what I saw, some people wanted, some of the participants wanted ask for these presentations. How can we share them, Dr. Rufa?
I guess that well, the session is recorded. Well, they can, I mean, for the slides, I don't know, maybe they should contact directly the professors. For the presentations, it's recorded and it can be shared on different channels, YouTube channels or Facebooks.
Yeah, okay. Also, it is already live. So it's on YouTube, isn't it? Dr. Wafa, it is, I think, YouTube. So let me call Dr. Fauzia again. Till she comes, we can have another question for
Dr. Professor Melton. Can I intervene, please? Because I'm passionate about ESP. Well, I was just right now questioning the chat box who is qualified to teach the ESP course, and it was a kind of controversial matter. Who is better qualified to teach ESP? Is he the EFL teacher who have special training in teaching ESP, or the specialist who masters the language and the specialty? Was, as I have said, and I read in different articles, that the EFL teacher is better qualified to teach the ESP course. Why? Because though the specialist have the mastery of both the specialty and the language, but later he will have a tendency to forget about teaching the language and moves on teaching the specialty instead. Therefore, The ESP practitioner or the effective ESP practitioner should conduct some research in the field, should have some interest also in the field, collaborate either with the learners or with subject specialists in terms of programs. And here, let me highlight a point that we shouldn't for instance, when we say I'm teaching students for computing, I shouldn't just select any text related to computing. It should go in parallel. It should go in parallel of the students' current program. And one, we should have what they are studying, master students. For example, we should check with the specialists or with them as learners what they are studying actually, so that they will be attracted. We use the career content or the field just to motivate the learners. They are going to feel that they have something to say, whether the level is good or average or excellent. This is number one. Number two, concerning the language points and skills that we are supposed to teach. Here, it depends on the field of specialism. I'll give you an example. If we teach students of computing or biology, we intend to teach them, for instance, passive tense, present tense, because they need to see them functioning in an authentic text, not in isolation, like saying present simple is subject plus verb, he, she, it plus verb plus s. But the students should see the present simple function in an authentic text, an authentic material. Now, if we talk about English for journalism, here they need, for instance, in terms of a grammar, the reported speech, for instance. So the field of specialism would impose on us the type of grammatical items to be taught. And we should bear in mind that those ESP learners, they already have a general background in general English. Therefore, selection of language points or skills will be easy. The skills are determined by the needs of the students, and grammatical points are determined by the field of specialism. Okay, I guess, did Dr. Fouzia join?
I think she's having a kind of technical problem, so that maybe we can go on with the questions. Okay.
Dr. Kathleen from UK is raising her hand. Professor Matter?
Yes, please, Dr. Kathleen. You can unmute.
Yes, thank you. I'd actually like to add a comment to Dr. Warnicki's what she said about who is the ideal teacher. And I think that maybe we should start speaking to our universities management about the courses, degree courses that we offer. At my alma mater, it used to be possible to study double majors, for example, mathematics and English language. And when you graduated, you had the specialist knowledge in mathematics, and you also had your English training, and you were a qualified teacher of English. So that would be, I think, the ideal to aspire to. When a graduate has the disciplinary knowledge, perhaps even disciplinary teacher training, some courses offered that, and also the language knowledge and the requisite training for a teacher. So maybe we should start to think about how we could actually provide better initial training to those teachers who perhaps already have the foresight that they are going to be engaging in the field of English for specific purposes or English for specific academic purposes.
So, dear Dr. Kathleen, these teacher candidates may be informed and taught about what is the difference between teaching English in general and teaching English for specific purpose at the very early, maybe at the third class or when they're at their faculty of education, okay? So that they can make they can decide on what to go on for. That's why I wrote that there should be a specific course or courses on this teaching English for specific purpose. Maybe some of the teacher candidates would like to go on for that. Some will go on with teaching English for in general. So they have to decide, they have to learn first what is the difference, and then they have to design, they have to be taught, about the necessary pedagogies and how to do it, and then they, after graduate, they become a real ESP teacher. Is it, Dr. Katalin, are you there?
Yes, I think what I'm talking about is slightly different. What I'm talking about is double major. So you will be a fully trained mathematician or a fully trained teacher of mathematics. And you can teach mathematics, but if you take a double major, so you do your mathematics, and then you also do a full English teacher training course, then it's an ideal combination. And that can happen. At my university, it used to be possible to do mathematics and English, double major, so not major minor, but double major, or history and English language, or any other subject and English language. And I think, to me, that would be the ideal initial training. So perhaps, that's why I said, so perhaps we might try to reconceptualize how we prepare those who would want to engage in English for specific purposes or English for specific academic purposes teaching.
So these students will be then mathematics teachers or English teachers when they graduate? They have both.
Yes.
So this is a kind of also promotion for them, isn't it? So they have a kind of motivation because by doing double major, this is also, extra, studying for them. So, but they will have both careers, so they can go for it. Yeah.
Yes.
Good idea. Yeah, that's also another solution to the problem. And I can see, thank you, Dr. Katilin. And I can see the Zine Amal is raising her hand. Yes. Hi.
Morning, everybody.
Hi.
Hi. Well, I just think that concerning this teaching ESP, we all know as ESP practitioners or EFL teachers, we know that in theory, we know a lot, as Dr. Wafa have just said. In fact, we know the theory, we know the rules, we know the principles, yet when it comes to practice, things are totally different. I think that we should go somehow flexible about teaching this ESP. Yes, we know the rules. We know, for example, that there is no ESP without needs analysis, but still, if we trace back the development of ESP, whether to mention register analysis, discourse analysis, or genre analysis, these types of analysis may provide a kind of effective input for ESP teachers to rely on. For example, I have an experience of analyzing some, let's say some ESP genres as such, mainly in the academic field. And then I bring these findings in practice, though it was not within a real ESP context, but still, I found these findings through analyzing some academic texts like proposals, like research articles, like dissertations, and bring these findings in practice with students. It could be an effective tool of practicing or teaching ESP. I have another issue. Who should train these ESP teachers? Who should train them? And another maybe struggling or disputing questions is, once we are, for example, analyzing the needs of students, what if we have different types of needs? What needs should we prioritize? Another maybe disputing or let's say challenging issue is, shall we speak about the homogeneity of needs or the homogeneity of the discipline? What if we have different participants from different disciplines in one class, yet the needs are homogeneous? They share the same need. This is just to mention that most of the ESP work is based on general English. If you analyze an ESP text, you will find that the vocabulary, the phrases used there are based on general English. Do you hear me?
Yes, we do.
So I have a proposition, let's say about 5 years ago, through conducting a study. What if we just restrict a whole year for ESP students to study general English? We devote a whole year for students to study English. This is in their first year, academic year, and they move to study the specialty. I think it would be effective enough. Thank you for listening, and we may have discussions later on.
Yeah. If there is no more question, we will go on with Dr. Fawzia. Are you here with us now? She had a...
Okay, Professor Meltem, very interesting question from Mrs. Amel. We will discuss it just after this session. I have much to say as well.
Okay. Yes, now you can share your presentation if you're ready.
Yes, I am. Hello. Hello again.
Hi. Yes, I would like to just a minute present you again, because I made it in 10 minutes ago, but you know, I know you had a problem with this. It happens, these technical problems. Okay, our last keynote speaker is Dr. Fawzia Rouge. She's also but I can hear you. Unmute yourself.
Me. He muted me. I don't know who muted me.
Okay, now I can hear you. Yes, she's already a Latin member, a Learning and Teaching Innovations Research and Development Group of Turkey, our international group member, and she's the professor at Setif II University, Algeria. Okay, Dr. Fawzia is going to make a presentation about learning needs that ESP teachers overlook, the necessity to conduct them by hook or by crook. Yes. The screen is yours.
I love poetic titles. I don't know why. Okay.
Yeah, it sounds well.
They usually say that the last is the worst served. Actually, I'm the best served. 48 attendees actually are still holding on. Thank you so much for attending my presentation and hold on till the last of this late hour. So let's make the long story short and talk about my topic. And many people actually were asking about target needs and learning needs. And this is the focus of my presentation, which is learning needs. Well, my presentation, okay, can you see my...
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, so the title, as you may notice, is Needs and Analysis that EFL teachers overlook, means they neglect the necessity to conduct by hook or by crook, which is very important to conduct, in addition to what we call target needs. So let me talk about needs analysis, and I lose what's theory, but we have to have a look at it because it's the basis of my presentation. Riviere in 1996 defines needs assessment as a systematic process of collection and analysis as inputs into resource allocation decision with a view to discovering and identifying goods and services the community is lacking in relation to the generally accepted standards and for which there exists some consensus as the community's responsibility for their provision. And McKillip adds that needs analysis or assessment is a decision aiding tool used to resource allocation, program planning, and program development in the fields of health, education, and human services. And of course, our field is education. In language learning context, NA is traced back to the 1970s, when its procedure first appeared in language planning. While such procedures have a long tradition in other areas of adult learning, their use in language teaching became widespread with their adoption and espousal by the Council of Europe's modern language projects. In these Council of Europe documents, NA is used as an initial process for the specification of behavioral objectives. All in all, NA is the cornerstone of any ESP course and recently has become very important in EGB course as well. So what are needs? There are two types of needs, which is actually the bulk of my work. Target needs, which Dr. Ali has just mentioned that they are also, neglected, and that's really a pity, that's true. But most of them, they're making, a very noticeable effort to collect target needs. They are also synonymous to objective needs, and someone actually asked the question in the very beginning, what are objectives needs and subjective needs? So target needs are synonymous to objective needs and are synonymous to product-oriented needs, means something concrete. When we talk about product, is the end. It's something concrete and refers to needs which are derivable from different kinds of factual information about learners, their use of language in real-life communication situations, as well as their current language proficiency and language difficulties. I may give you some examples. The language you use in your job. You wanna, for instance, give a speech. You wanna get engaged in a meeting. You wanna respond to email as a part of a need. You wanna be good at reading email and faxes. You want to give instructions to your nurses if you're a medical doctor. You want to haggle over a price if you're a businessman. All of them are objective needs, which we can collect via some tools like focus group discussions, questionnaires, interviews, diaries, etc. Now, the second type of learning needs that really overlooked and neglected by many teachers, either EFL or ESP, subject matter teachers. They are called also subjective needs and process-oriented. Here, we're talking about something abstract. It refers to the cognitive and affective needs of the learner in the learning situation, derivable from information about affective and cognitive factors such as personality, confidence, attitudes, learners' wants, and expectations with regard to the learning of English and their individual cognitive style and learning strategies. I may give you examples. Learning styles are important when we design materials, when we select materials. This is why we have to know our learning style, the learning styles of our learners or target learners, strategies as well, which side of the brain, for instance, our learners refer to, either right hemisphere or left hemisphere. And there are some tests actually that really show either our learners use analytic or holistic way of thinking. Cognitive factors such as personality, age, attitude. I may give you example, people who have upper rank and they study with people with lower rank, for instance, under EOP, they may have a kind of assumption that is negative. I'm in a higher rank, I have a negative, I cannot be in the same group with someone with a lower rank. People who are Hebrew, for instance, as regards Algerian people, if we are in the same group with Hebrew people or those who speak Hebrew, we will have maybe some negative attitude. Motivation, which one of the students mentioned that whatever I do to my students, they are never motivated. Of course, if they come in the morning and they are not very efficient in the morning and the subject matter is difficult in the morning, you can expect that they can never be or they can never come motivated. If you take your learners after 5 p.m. or the subject matter or the module you are teaching, the unit you are teaching takes place in the afternoon, and some of them are not very efficient in the afternoon, so you never expect your learners to be motivated enough or to follow with you. These are just some examples where I'm going to go into details. Types of ESP, of course, most of you know the types of ESP, EOP, English for occupational purposes, and EIP, which is English for academic purposes. Now, EIP is divided into discipline-based, which I call EMI, or English as a medium of instruction. I may give example, teaching biology in English, teaching mathematics in English, teaching computing in English. And this is actually which I didn't agree with you, with Dr. Melton and Dr. Wafa, and many of you, of the attendees. They think we are very influenced in Algeria and in Turkey by English as an independent subject. But before I go on, let me give you the second division, which is school subject. I may give you example. Mathematics is taught now in Algeria. Some mathematics terminologies are taught in French. So if English as a school subject is mathematics in middle school and high school is taught in English. This is the example or the division of EAP. I'm explaining better. EOP. EOP is divided into what? Pre-experience, simultaneous, post-experience. This is easy. I may give you example. Medical doctors, pre-experience before they start working in hospital or start working in their clinic. Simultaneous, they are in-service doctors, and at the same time, they are taking ESP class. Post-experience, they have already started their career or their job, and afterward they faced many difficulties, and then they decided to join your ESP class simply because they faced many difficulties in their workplace. Now, this is the chart or the map of students. It's not mine. It's divided into occupational academic. Now, it's school subject integrated, independent. What is integrated means the subject matter is taught in English. Independent, like what's going on in Algeria and Turkey. All non-English departments are teaching subject matter, but English is not ESP. Most of the time it's EGP, but it's independent. It's not integrated like the case of EMI, which is English as a medium of instruction, in the left side, discipline-based. Discipline-based, we mentioned pre-study, which Dr. Amel has just mentioned, which is a prep school. In many developed countries, prep school exists actually, which is not the case in Algeria. Of course, situation in Algeria is worse than in Turkey, and I spent more than 6 months in Turkey, and I can see some similarities between our system and theirs, and our language planning and policy and theirs. And we have in study, of course, in sessional people who study, for instance, cell biology in the field of biology, immunology, genetics, for instance, ecology of animals. All of these modules are taught in English. It's not, for instance, in Algeria, cell biology or ecology of animal is taught in French or in Arabic. But only there is one module English, which is called, of course, ESP, but most of the time we teach general English because, of course, of lack of training and many other things you have, most of the presenters have mentioned. ESP in Algeria, this is the chart made by me. We've got academic, undergraduate to postgraduate. I may give you example, School of Mathematics and Artificial Intelligence. We have School of Institute of Electronics in Algiers, Institute of Economics in Algiers as well. In all these institutes, the modules, I mean, more than 11 modules are taught in English by Algerians who were taught or who were trained abroad and who were taught these modules abroad in English, and they are teaching them in these institutes. And of course, this is why the government has decided to include English in order to teach it to other specialities, in order to what? To generalize EMI at the higher education. When we talk about vocational, professional, or sociocultural, we have language schools and we have home tutor, which is one-to-one tuition. And most of the time in language schools, actually where we can carry course design and we have the freedom, we have a say to carry on or, sorry, to carry out or design a course. Okay, I'm gonna give you some practical examples and questionnaires or surveys and interviews about medical doctors, military aviators, and students of management. And I wanna ask you, what are the target needs and where are the learning needs? So can I yes, give you this survey? Are you following with me? Well, can you hear me, Melvin?
Yes, sure, we are following.
So this is a questionnaire developed by me to medical staff questionnaire. I go through quickly, and I want to ask you what are target needs and learning. Oops, sorry. I hate this MacBook. So, okay, are you a student, general practitioner, resident physician, specialist medical doctor? How long have you been studying English? Please take notes which question addresses learning needs. Most of them are target needs, which are objective needs. How long have you been studying English? Rate the following needs according to your, according to the scale below. Important, neutral, not important. We have general English, English for academic purpose English, for academic purposes, English for professional, English for vocational. For which skill and language components you'd like to improve, listening, speaking, reading, writing, etc., and grammar translation, which kind of difficulties you're facing, and I detailed them, of course, most of the difficulties, but just in case I don't know other difficulties, so I added other. Which writing skills, what reading skills you want to improve, which listening comprehension skills you want to improve, which, yes, this is Peter, preferred face-to-face lesson timing, morning during the week, afternoon, end of the day, Saturday morning, Saturday afternoon. You want to take lessons in the hospital or at your clinic, etc. You may add any other question. Give your preferences of class, days, and timing. Means you prefer any other timing, any other day during the week. How do you want to learn English? In group, alone, online, hybrid? How often would you like to take class or to want to take English? 2 hours per week, 3 hours per week, 4 hours a week? For how long you want to learn English? For 6 weeks, for 6 months, more than 6 months, or maybe more, it's okay. Which learning tool you prefer to use the most? Videos, audios, printed materials, PowerPoint presentations, diversity tools, handouts, textbooks. You may add any other material you prefer. Maybe listening to native speaker, listening to a lecture, maybe audio, anything you want to add. Of course, this is why I added other. Would you be interested in receiving emails about international webinar opportunities? Of course, this is in order to get in touch or keep in touch with your learners. The second one is aviation English questionnaire, survey plus interview. And tell me what's the difference in my questions and what is missing. Would you let me know your age and rank? This is for military aviation. For how long have you been working at this position? How do you perceive the role of English in your workplace? Do all job tasks require English language? Which difficulties usually face during your daily hands-on training? Which language skills you think you need to improve the most? This is a survey, or I could give it as a semi or structured interview. Structured interview is quite akin to questionnaire survey. Now, open-ended interview are the same questions. Would you let me know your age? How do you perceive the English in military? Which difficulties you face in your daily hands-on? Is English more important at wartime than at peacetime? This is open-ended, of course, because it requires a kind of conversation, a kind of interaction between the researcher and the aviator. How would you behave during emergency turn of events? And this is also requires an open-ended question. Does phraseology suffice in case of non-routine situations? Which language skills you think you need to improve the most? Here is the questionnaire and the structured interview, and I want to know whether I targeted or I addressed targets, needs, or learning needs, and are there any learning needs inside? Number 3, These are just examples. 3 questions for management students. Please, would you take notes and tell me where is the learning need? I remember information better if I write it down. Looking at the person helps keep me focused. I need a quieter place to get my work done. When I take a test, I can view the textbook page in my mind. Skimming and scanning are the main points to emphasize. I take frequent study breaks, means I cannot study continuously. I have to take breaks. I have occasional meetings with British colleagues. I do not follow written directions well. Defending thesis requires effort and focus. I have to write reports. I use the trial and error approach to problem solving. I have a difficult time giving step-by-step instructions. Future perfect doesn't exist in my first language. I type my class notes to reinforce the material. My nurse wants to understand my instructions. Writing medical reports is tedious, but imperative. Hope that you interacted with me and immerse some of them, of course, in these questions for, it's not for management students and medical doctors, a mixture, that some learning needs are addressed and some of them are not, and some of them actually are, do not belong to, do not represent any needs. So I guess I'm done with this. If you have any questions and comments, you're free. Of course, I have many other things to say, but maybe during discussion. Thank you so much for your time listening.
Thank you, dear Dr. Fauzia, dear friend. Okay, it was really very good presentation. I especially like your presentation style. It is informative. Also, the style layout was very good.
Thank you.
Let's see if there are questions. Yes, dear participants, would you like to ask a question to Dr. Fauzia? You can raise your hand. Sometimes survey, quiz Hanane wrote, survey, it couldn't show the exact needs for the students. That's why observation, it could give the exact students needs. Okay, I can see Dr. Katilin has a question. Yes, please.
Yeah. Shall I answer who? Who? Questionnaire? Yes. I did observations. Hanan.
Yeah. Okay.
Hanan, yes, you're right. But you're talking here about target needs. But for learning needs, actually, if you have noticed that your learners are not actually, and they like memorization, observation, when they memorize, they do not solve problems, etc., you have to give questionnaire in order to make sure. And there are some tests that prove this. Huda, is this for me? Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Yeah,
so did you follow me? I wanna ask you, please. I wanna ask you what was missing in the aviator English questionnaire, or semi-structured interviews, or any diary. If I ask them to, are there any learning needs addressed?
Dear participants, do you remember the survey, or do you want Dr. Fauzia to open it again? Maybe we can review it very quickly.
Yes, Amel. Some are, yeah. Let's talk about medical survey. Did I ask any questions that really wanna identify learning needs? Most of them are target needs, you know, especially those who are proficient in ESP. Munira, what is no?
Yeah, they find your presentation excellent, just like me. Okay.
I want to say something. Also, Dr. Katalin, I give first the floor to Dr. Katalin, then I'll go back to my question.
Yeah, I think there are no questions, so we can go on with Dr. Katalin. Yes, please.
Yeah. I'd like to sort of share a few thoughts about the motivation issue. Yeah. Because it was mentioned that the students are not motivated either in the morning or in the middle of the day or in the evening, so whenever they come to class. At a different conference, I gave a paper on creativity for language for specific purposes teachers. We usually don't think about creativity as one of the tools that we can use. We think that creativity is about literature, arts, etc. But we neglect the training needs of teachers. We need to, when it comes to training our teachers, we need to actually train them to know where the sources of creativity are, and that in their profession, in their teaching profession, they can be creative, they can use material creatively, they can use the needs of their learners creatively, they can have a creative approach to their own methodology. But this is something we don't really do on teacher training courses, and I think that is something that would need to be included, and then that would really help the teachers to tackle unmotivated students, for example, because it would help them to assess the situation and find solutions to that situation.
Catalina, sorry to interrupt, and I let you continue. So at the Algerian context, actually, we are at the very, very basic stage of gathering needs. So let alone talking about designing materials and courses in a critical way. So I don't want to be, I mean, no offense, but we're still late, and many of us are struggling and to collect data via various tools, and which questions should we ask, which needs should we address, etc. So let alone we move to the second stage, and I agree with you, of course. Thank you so much for your comment.
I was actually not talking about needs analysis and designing a course. That would, of course, also come under the larger umbrella of creativity. I'm talking about how a teacher can create interest in their students, how a teacher can creatively look at whatever they do in the classroom and how they prepare for the classroom. Because of what I have found in my long years of teaching and teacher training is that teachers seem to be kind of, sometimes they don't realize the potentials that they themselves have. And this, teaching them to think creatively and view things creatively would actually help them to be more versatile. So that's all I'm trying to say here.
Exactly. Okay, I want to say something. Please, Professor Melton, if you allow me.
Yes, sure.
Well, exactly what we have observed, that we're talking about target needs, Dr. Fouzia, and I was thinking about really something, we organize another workshop. This is just the starting point for by providing examples of needs analysis questionnaire. For example, I would share my own experience when I design needs analysis questionnaires, asking learners about which skills they need to or they need more training in. And each skill is divided into some sub-skills. For instance, if we talk about speaking skill, we can ask them whether they want to provide oral reports or they need English for presentation. So we give them some options, means that each skill should be divided into sub-skills. It's a way of helping the teacher in his course design. I guess that we should organize more workshops in which we should show EFL teachers how to design a needs analysis questionnaire by providing samples and asking them to do it, even within give attendees or participants 5 to 10 minutes to try to design some questions for different fields of specialism, in addition of trying to design a sample course during the workshops, which will be, inshallah, the purpose of the second organized workshop.
So can I add a word, Wafa?
Yeah, sure.
So I wanna answer Munira Derweg. She said that no learning needs were addressed. So do you think that preferences of time and preferences of materials and preferences of styles are not really learning needs? Munira, can you unmute yourself, or you can answer? So especially for medical doctors. For aviators, I may add, I didn't ask any question that addresses learning needs. I may give you examples. Aviators may take a class with their trainees, with their students, and this may create a kind of negative attitude because teachers generally or trainers feel somehow at a higher rank, and they feel they have a negative attitude and they cannot be in the same class with their trainees. And this will actually cause a kind of problem when you want to collect needs and you want to conduct your needs analysis. This is just an example. This is one of the learning needs that should be collected. I have to ask whether you'd like to join your trainees in the same class or you want to take ESP class alone. It's the same like Ahlam Salhi said. Because learners' past experiences, you're talking about EFL learners, you're right. But for ESP learners, the class should be homogeneous. And this is why placement tests and diagnostic tests are conducted in order to divide the groups up into homogeneous classes. ESP is cost effective and it doesn't require too much time. And this is why we conduct all these tests in order to separate and classify students according to level, according to strategies, and according to styles. Thank you all for your comments and questions. I'm done. I hand over the floor back to my bestie Melton, Dr. Melton, Professor.
Thank you, Dr. Fawzia. Thank you, dear friends. Sorry, Wufa, are you saying something?
Yeah, so that we can open now a general debate about the whole workshop. And of course, your questions, suggestions for the coming workshops are greatly welcomed.
Yes, I'm sorry. Could you do me a favor, please?
Sure, with great pleasure.
So in the next workshop, I want to see Amel Zin and Sumia Slaim as presenters, because they are also gurus in our university and they're very good at ESP.
Sure, inshallah, yeah, for sure. Each time we will give an opportunity for speakers who are teaching ESP inside Algeria and outside Algeria. We were also pleased to have dear professors from Turkey, Professor Melton, Professor Madu, all the teachers have Dr. Ersalan, Dr. Mubina, they have all enriched this workshop. So looking forward for more collaborations with different scholars from different parts of the world to share experiences. Okay, Dr. Ahlam Salhi, she is my former teacher. It will be great pleasure to take part. Yeah, for sure. Dr. Sehi also, she is my former teacher. I'm very glad to have you all here. Dr. Sehli also, I'd like to thank you also. Please let's open the debate, general questions or discussions based on the different topics that have been discussed, if any, and some suggestions for the coming workshops, please. Yes, please. Any speakers?
Dear Dr. Wufa, when you invited me as a moderator, I was just thinking I will be exposed to a group of Algerian researchers, academic people, but now I can see that it is also, there are some other participants from Oman, Tunisia, so there are different people, so it became an international workshop. I congratulate you for your effort. And I know the next one will be much, much better. So I would like to again tell all these participants, if I made a mistake pronouncing their names or somehow, okay?
Yes, my name. We've been friends for ages. You just can't memorize my name. My family name.
Ufa.
No, it's Ruwag. Ruwag.
Sorry?
My family name, please. Ruwag.
Ruwag. Ah, Rouge, I said. Ruwag, yes, okay.
Okay, Professor Matam, I guess Professor Madhu wants to suggest something.
Yeah.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Thank you for moderating this workshop, Professor Melton.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Wafa. Thank you, Professor Melton. And thank you, everybody, the participant. They stayed until now. Wonderful. And I hope the future events will be wonderful.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, what do you suggest, Professor Madhu, for the coming workshop, organized workshop? What do you suggest?
Oh, I've written on the text chat box. I suggest something on curriculum design and syllabus, because I think we've been, it's a very good session today, fantastic. And the way you've organized this session, even the speakers, you've done a wonderful job in the sequence of the speakers. It has a nice flow to it. So we've all of us generally tend to talk about, there is, the crux of it is still going back to needs analysis. So moving forward from needs analysis then would be curriculum design or syllabus design. So that's a possible workshop that you may want to think about.
That's great. I'll put my email, so any speakers interested to deliver speeches or let's say talks in the coming workshop can contact me, and we'll organize inshallah series of workshops that will be helpful. By the way, Dr. Faisal from Amman University is here. He has proposed on me to organize a similar event with same speakers, or even others, adding other speakers, but at Amman University. Of course, it will be online, right, Professor Faisal? You can intervene. Professor Faisal?
And also, Democratic Arabic Center raises hand.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Doctor, for this workshop. We are here in this Democratic Arabic Center in Germany, in Berlin especially. We welcome any further activity, workshops, conference, as we work together with many Arabic universities across the Arabic region. We work also with Turkish universities in farmer conferences, and we are welcome any activity you decide to hold in the future. Thank you very much, and we are all welcome.
Thank you so much, Mr. Aish.
Mr. Aish?
Aish Karim, yeah. He belongs to the Democratic Arabic Center, yeah.
Oh, I am in Berlin next week, Dr. Hufa, you know, I am in Berlin.
You are in Berlin? Take me with you, Professor Melton, please. I want to go outside Algeria as soon as possible.
Inshallah.
Wafa, someone asked a question, please. I think Sarah, no, someone asked a question in the chat box.
Yeah, okay.
Hanan, I guess.
Yeah, you can answer, Dr. Fuzil.
No, she said they have a question. Yes, Hanan, are you here? Hanan, wait, maybe she left. Maybe she left.
Good morning.
Yes. Yeah.
Firstly, I would like to express my gratitude, and I can say congrats for this fruitful workshop, especially in the ESP. I can say context and all the issues that you all tackled today. My question is for the medical English here, especially in the ESP domain. could we firstly, especially in the domain of the medical or medicine, I'm sorry for that, could we firstly, when we are going to discover or to organize or to giving us an ESP course design, firstly we can figure out the needs, yeah, of the learners. Then after we can work with the target needs.
Is the question directed to me, Hanan? Or to everyone?
Oh, this is alive for everyone, Dr. Fawzia.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. I remember you. Yeah, I remember. You're a doctoral student in Constantine or Oran?
In Oran.
Yes,
Oran, yeah.
I remember you. Yeah. So
Thank
if
you.
anyone wanna answer question, or shall I?
Yeah, go ahead, Dr. Fawzia. Go ahead.
Hanan, when we start by collecting needs or identifying needs, so we can never, it's by no means target needs are neglected. Target needs, which are objective needs, are the first thing to collect, in addition to the learning needs, which most of EFL teachers or researchers, and including us, of course, may neglect, like the preferences I said, like the attitude, the personality, the age, especially when it comes to medical English. You know that specialists are older than general practitioners, and they may have, for instance, the same ESP course. These are learning needs. You have to bear in mind that old people, for instance, are better when it comes to analysis and grammar, but younger learners are better when it comes to pronunciation, for instance, and recalling. This is just an example. All of these are called learning needs, of course, and we cannot carry on without target needs. Amel want to add something. So, Amel, the floor is yours. Amel Zin, unmute yourself. Yeah.
I said that, well, though I don't feel that okay today, but I couldn't miss this event. Concerning my question, who should train these, let's say, ESP practitioners to have this chance to teach in other departments or in other disciplines? This is one of the challenging questions I face, in fact. Another could be, once we define the needs of students or the target needs of the students, who should define those needs? And if any, if we succeed in defining these needs, we might not be that knowledgeable about those target needs, since yes, we know about the language, but when it comes to the specialty, we lack the knowledge of the specialty as such. So we are not all the time aware about the needs of doctors, the needs of, let's say, lawyers, the needs of biologists, and so on and so forth. How can we, and even students themselves are not that aware, how can bridge this gap once we are thinking of designing courses, designing specialized courses to this target audience? Thank you very much.
Amel, may I add? Okay, Katalin, just a moment, Katalin. Amel, maybe focus group discussion helps a lot. And I agree with you that learners, ESP learners, are not aware of their needs when it comes to younger learners, younger ESP learners. But when it comes with, to adults, and especially post-experience ESP learners, they are very aware because they come from experience. I don't know if you share with me the same opinion or not, but according to my experience and pulling from my own experience, those who worked and those who come from a workplace, they come with a very, very precise and concise needs in mind, and they may help you collect them. And focus group discussion, either formal or informal, it's really a helpful tool and of utility.
I do agree. I just want to add something, maybe to give a solution to this challenge or to this problem, that in any type of analysis, whether it is text analysis, context analysis, needs analysis, whatever is the case, we should contact or consult with what we call an expert in the field. That's why we need this collaboration or this teamwork with the specialists in the field. Maybe they are knowledgeable enough about the target needs, and even why not to give an insight about what is the situation like in their context, in their teaching and learning context. So once again, I urge this collaboration with the specialists across disciplines, across, let's say, specialities and specialism, in order to bring about insightful or let's say successful ends. Thank you very much.
Professor Melton, Dr. Katalin wants to say something, I guess, if you don't mind.
Yes, I can see. Yes,
Yes.
Dr. Katalin.
Yes, I just want to add that I couldn't agree more that collaboration with disciplinary specialists is crucial. I know that in the sort of university domain, it doesn't always happen, and it's very difficult to establish. But there have been successful examples of this. And all I can say at this moment is that we just have to push the boundaries, and we have to try and engage our disciplinary colleagues as much as possible in many different ways. But yes, that's definitely something that we need to be trying to do.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's see. People are asking if it is recorded. Yes, it is recorded. Is there anyone who wants to ask a question?
Yeah.
Yes, please. I can answer this question by saying that the full record of the workshop is available on the Facebook page of the Democratic Arabic Center. So just visit the Facebook page and you will find the complete record of the workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Karim. Thank you so much. Yeah, for anyone who is asking, Dr. Sehi also, she asked for the recording for the colleagues. So you can share from the Democratic Arabic Center official Facebook page. Yeah, any other questions, please, or suggestions before leaving?
Please, Wafa, could you take a picture of the whole attendees and participants?
Okay. I prefer that Professor Melton will
Yes.
do. She's very professional.
She's talented, yeah.
In that.
Actually, Azra is taking my photos. Is Azra here? And I can see some people are raising hands. So
yeah.
Okay, we keep discussions. We have already prepared ourselves for the picture, but yet we should discuss first. Then we have
so please, Azra, please take a photo of us. Azra, if you're still around.
Azra? Yes.
Anissa as well is around, isn't she? Yeah, no.
I take some photos, but I am in the conference talk. Please, you take to.
Our students curious, so to speak.
Here, let me take it.
Let me take.
Okay.
Journeys.
Oh, Dr. Mobina has joined for the picture. Hello.
So cheers, please. The second row, a second. Yes, cheers, please. Oh, no, no camera. Yeah, it's okay. Thank you.
Dr. Fuzia, we are starving. That's why the cheese is not clear.
It's okay, then. Thank you for the attendees.
Thank you very much. I have guests and they keep telling me, what are you doing? Why do you come and go?
Yeah, Mubina, are you in Iran or Oman?
No, right now I'm in Oman. Tomorrow we have a teaching day.
Okay, so send my regards to Faisal.
Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day, everybody.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Just one remark. I like to thank you all before ending this or closing this workshop. I like to thank all the keynote speakers who have enriched this workshop with their knowledge, and for the participants who have asked questions and enriched the debate. Thank you so much. And I am receiving right now messages. I feel happy, though tired, for organizing different events in UK, in Oman, in the ESP seg. So I'm receiving messages and I'm glad to hear that. Thank you so much. I'd like to thank the sweet moderator, Professor Dr. Melton, for moderating this session, and for all the attendees for their questions. Looking forward to meeting you soon, as I have to present right now in the ESP SIG UK, and then attending a wedding party to have some relief. Okay, so thank you so much for all of you. I say that we should organize other events, okay, in the near future. Looking forward for more collaborations and scientific events as such. Thank you all. Goodbye.
Thank you very much.
Goodbye. Thank you, Wafa.
Thank you.
I didn't thank you enough. Bye-bye. Goodbye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Take care. Very pleased to meet you all. Bye-bye.
Dr. Karim, can you hear me? The session is closed. Thank you so much.
Dr. Wafa, I am leaving as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Melton. Thank you so much. Looking forward to more collaborations, dear.
Inshallah. I wish you a nice presentation with your